Hello everyone, my name is Caden, and welcome back to more Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Last time we began the final trial, or the final episode, and oh boy, it's interesting. We got a triple murder, and Arya is the suspect, and yeah. Oh boy, here we go. Let's get straight into it. Ancient City of Ladon. Oh boy. Trial time. Let's get to it.
Tyrion, we're definitely lost.
We followed the Grand General's directions to the letter. We were expecting to arrive at some sort of noble estate or convention hall. Instead, we found ourselves in the ruins of a long-forgotten city. Grass was overgrown. Moss was growing around the ruins. It looked like no one had lived here for centuries. I double-checked everything. The map even has that giant tree north of here.
This can't be the city of Ladon that Virgil I mentioned. It doesn't look like anyone's lived here for centuries.
Wait a minute.
Did you give us the wrong location on purpose?
Oh, Lucio. Grand General.
Enough gawking. The trial will commence shortly.
He wasn't alone either. A division of the Kingsguard was marching behind him, forming a perimeter around Arya. It was difficult to tell if she was their liege or their prisoner. A great luminous sphere was concentrated on the prosecutor, following her as they made their way to one of the ruins. It had the same color as most abjuration spells. Must have been an anti-magic field. So this is where we'll be hosting the trial?
Yes, the Archduke can never bring himself to stray far from this place for too long. I doubt a normal courtroom would be large enough anyway.
What?
Kingsguard, bring the prisoner to the temple. I will have words with Mr. Cuthbert. Alone. That includes you, McCoy.
I'm not leaving you alone with him.
Sleece, it's fine.
But
I can handle him. Just stay close by. Her jaw tightened as she shifted around uneasily. Nevertheless, she stepped aside without any objections.
No wonder she's so insubordinate. You keep such a loose leash around her.
What do you want, Lucio?
The Archduke allowed you to serve as Prosecutor Steelwind's attorney. Why?
I guess I earned his trust somehow.
Cuthbert, do you remember what I told you after Dracogen's trial? You are now going to be my agent.
What?
There will come a day when I will require your skills and abilities. The Eye of Radiance is too powerful a weapon for me to squander. I imagine it will be of great use to me. You will now be acting on my orders.
If you think I'd ever consider throwing a trial for...
I will come at you with everything I have. Use your Eye of Radiance. Use every trick Tymora taught you. No matter who lies before you, cut them down.
You want me to win, don't you?
I will not accept victory without a proper fight from you.
So what is this to you? Some kind of duel?
Your daughter's life hangs in the balance, Lucio. Follow my orders, or I'll have you executed.
I just glared at him as he made his way towards the temple. Here we go. Oh my gosh! This is weird. The ruins were filled with the nobles who were at the Grand Cathedral that day. The temple was ancient. It was basically falling apart. Moss had grown into every crevice. Insects were crawling everywhere. I even spotted a few rats at some point. The nobles present looked like they wanted to flee as far from this place as possible. But the Kingsguard blocked anyone trying to leave. The Grand General's expression was blank but focused. He was acting like nothing was out of the ordinary. He'd taken his position on the opposite end of the room, seeing that he truly planned on prosecuting his own daughter.
Thank you all for coming today. I appreciate your cooperation with our investigation.
What have you brought us here for?
This place is disgusting.
What happens here today must be kept away from prying eyes. I hope I don't need to remind you that whatever happens here today must never be discussed. But nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home.
Damn, bitch, you live like this? Wait, you live here?
I do. Your Grace, is this truly what you wish to do? There will be no going back after this.
What?
I've made many mistakes in my life. I gave Wyvern the means to protect themselves, but grew bitter when seeing what I created.
What are you talking about? What?
I thought my best course of action was to stay in isolation and leave Wyvern to fend for itself. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world, and now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom, all because of my negligence.
Who are you? Foreign powers? Do you still suspect me of being an agent of the theocracy?
Well, no more. It's time that the people of Wyvern and their enemies remember who watches over them.
Who are you? He raised his hand, magical light gathering at it in his palm. The room began to shake more violently with every move, as if he were commanding an earthquake. I normally couldn't sense ether like Celeste or Aster, but even I could feel the massive energy in the room coalescing around him. What's going on? Several nobles in the gallery screamed out in terror. Some fell to the ground. Whatever spell he was casting was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. What are you doing? A blinding light flooded the room. I had to shield my eyes. But as the light faded, I finally saw it. I finally saw him in his true form. Oh! You're a dragon! You're the skilled lord! Oh, Jesus! What?
It's a dragon!
Oh my god, he's a dragon! The gallery broke into hysteria. Yeah, no shit! He's a dragon! Some of them kneeled in reverence to the ancient dragon. Some simply fell to the ground and cowered. I even saw some of them attempt to flee before they were shoved back by the knights guarding the exits. Oh my god!
This may not be a court, but I will have order.
An ancient dragon? No, you're the last ancient dragon.
That is correct, Heavensborn. I am the first Lord of Wyvern and descendant of the God of War. I'm Rathalion, the Scaled Lord.
Oh my god, the skilled... 1,203 years old! The skilled lord and the creator of all arcane magic. I'd only known from legends until this moment. I can hardly believe that ancient dragons actually exist. Jesus! This guy's a dragon!
Remus Virgilai is an alias I assume when I walk amongst your kind. Until now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Wyvern have known my true identity. But I will hide no longer. My will alone will determine how this trial ends.
According to these legends, dragons can't die of old age. Presumably, he'd still be alive. Sure enough, we did hear that.
I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, the kingdom includes him in our constitution.
Wait, really? Now that makes a lot more sense.
As savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position in the kingdom. The skilled lord made Wyverngard what it is today. He was given authority that befits such legacy.
You're the only individual with the authority to convict any and all of the nobles here.
Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere in this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings and pass judgment when necessary. Even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon.
Well, that's certainly terrifying.
Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed? Of course, Your Grace.
Ooh!
The prosecution is ready.
Dragons aside, this was like any other trial. The defense is also ready.
I'm sure we're all thoroughly aware of why we've gathered here. But for the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio? The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. Her victims include many knights from the King's Guard who remain unresponsive. And of course, there's Lloyd von Sanctus and Coraline Sybil, the Duke of Commerce and the Minister of Justice, respectively.
What is this farce? This trial been over before it began. Lady Steelwind clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be wary of mage blood. No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment. The divine powers that be clearly think she is unfit to rule at the king's side.
Might I remind the court of my own testimony? I witnessed Beatrice Frege enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious that this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death?
Objection! Oh dear. You only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if it was someone else disguised in an illusion. You didn't even speak to her.
That's all the more reason to call her to the stand and explain herself.
She has already testified that she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There's no need to drag this out any longer than necessary, Cuthbert.
My client has a right to a fair trial, and Beatrice's involvement clearly implies some greater plot.
Enough!
Oh, Jesus.
Enough! I find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable. I agree that Lady Frega's actions are quite suspect. Very well. Let the defense have its battle. I only hope for his sake that his blade strikes true.
Why is everything a combat metaphor with you? Oh, hey, Marnoth! Beatrice.
I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert.
Not for lack of trying on your part.
I have no memories of what I did.
We're going up against Eris. I feel like we as the players already know that Eris is the mastermind behind all of this. She said before she was some kind of demon. So she likely has control over any who are in some kind of demonic pact.
Oh boy.
If I hurt you, I truly am sorry.
She actually looked pretty sincere, but it wasn't as if this was the first time she'd lied to me. To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful about your memory loss.
I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also lost her memories of what happened.
And how would you know that?
Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember?
Very well.
All right. Witness testimony.
I was with my sisters and my guide, Eris Ilmatter. I was speaking with them in the garden when I suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said I had gone missing for over an hour. I was confused, but when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of my body. I have no memories of what happened, and from what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. And to make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions.
There was something off about the way she was testifying. She was actually being a lot less vague than I was expecting. What was she doing? I honestly truly believe that she's not trying to be evil this time. I can honestly fully believe that she's not trying to be evil. But it's gotta be the demonic pact that she's probably under. You know what? You know what it might be? I wonder, considering she was with Eris, sure, the last demonic contract that she was under was failed and she's going to lose her life. But is there any rule stating that she can't enter another? Perhaps maybe even entering another contract that could save her life?
Anyways.
She's been missing since the massacre happened. I really hope she's okay.
Oh, make no mistake,
I hope she's not.
she's definitely okay.
What makes you so sure? Do you remember anything about what happened to her?
No, but it's just a feeling.
Enough about that peasant. Tell us what happened next, Freyja.
I was speaking with them in the garden when I suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. If they were with you, shouldn't your sisters have noticed this?
According to Leifa and Miriam, the pet dog was running amok in the hallways. They left the witness with Ilmatter to chase him down. And when the sisters returned to the garden, both Beatrice and Ilmatter were gone.
Do you remember anything after that? Ah, stop it! Actually, this trial's gonna be a pain in the ass because now we're gonna be... Eris is gonna be actively doing whatever she can, basically, to ensure things go her way. She's gonna be making these illusions go way stronger than usual, I feel.
No, I really want to remember, but I can't.
When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said that I had gone missing for over an hour. And you have no memories of what happened.
No, not at all. I can only imagine what I was supposed to do while I was unconscious.
Forrest, what do you mean by that? I was confused, but when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of my body. So you're also saying that someone else controlled your body?
Yes, it's the only explanation for why you saw me in the prayer room.
Objection!
Uh-oh.
Absolutely ridiculous. You're clearly spinning a fairy tale to absolve yourself.
I had no reason to trust her, so why did I feel like something was wrong?
Think what you will, but please believe me when I say...
I have no memories of what happened, and from what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. Your statement does match up with what happened to my client. But you clearly already knew what happened to her. You could just be using that knowledge to fabricate an alibi.
Mr. Cuthbert, I know it doesn't mean much coming from me, but I am telling the truth.
That remains to be seen. And to make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions. Why would you even bring that up?
Well, if you have evidence that someone else was controlling us, it would exonerate both me and Arya.
Hey, stop it! No!
That'd be the best case scenario, wouldn't it?
What?
It's nothing.
Her brow furrowed and creased in frustration. The way she was testifying was a little bit strange. She immediately concluded that someone else had taken control of her, and why was she bringing up what happened to Arya? I have an idea of what it might be. If I present it here... The mark.
Objection!
Yeah. Why would she say something like that? I found the contradiction, but she might as well have dropped it into my hands. Beatrice, you said there's no indication of who orchestrated this. But there is one piece of evidence that does just that, albeit loosely.
And what would that be?
This symbol. I pulled out the parchment that Arya gave me. It had the purple mark on it.
Maranath, what are you doing?
What's wrong?
He's suppressing our connection.
Why?
Connection.
I can't actually see what you're trying to show me.
Maranath, can you stop being petty and just let her see it?
I don't take orders from you, Heavensborn.
I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, what is on that parchment?
You see, Beatrice, Arya's been investigating a string of murders throughout Wyverngard. These murders appear to be unrelated, despite how gruesome they are. But they all share one thing in common. The symbol found at each and every crime scene.
Objection! Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into her little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense would be laughable if it weren't downright insulting.
Grand General, during the gap in Arya's memory, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this.
Nonsense. She clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. I've had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She was obsessed with it.
Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what happened?
What are you talking about?
Think about it. What?
Stop that! Stop!
My apologies. I don't know why I said that.
Frustration was rising with each word she said. She keeps being manipulated. Is everything okay?
Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Anyways, it looks like you'll have to figure out the rest on your own.
Figure out the rest of my own.
Your Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories. The defense clearly has no case. End this at once. Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory.
The judge was finally giving me a chance for once. This was a first. Yeah, why are you... You were very helpful, Mr. Dragon. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. It was suspicious, but not in the way that seems to implicate her. It's almost like she was intentionally trying to bring something to my attention. I decided to pull on this thread a little. She just asked me if I was curious about what just happened, but every time I asked her to elaborate, she said nothing. The glitch. Whatever she was trying to draw my attention to, it had to be significant in some way.
Maybe. What if...
What just happened that was worth thinking about? I think it has to be Beatrice revealed or presented.
Maybe.
Oh, wait. But Marnoth hid the mark, right?
Maybe.
Marnoth, he didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it normally. Why would Marnoth interfere? Marnoth is her familiar, and he used to follow her orders, but things have clearly changed now that she belongs to the Empress of Discord. So why would a demon like Marnoth interfere like this? Whoops. Purple Mark must be related to a demon somehow. That's the only explanation as to why he would prevent her from seeing the mark. But Arya's been investigating murders throughout Wyvengard. Did that mean that her investigation also had something to do with a demon? Arya suspects that each of the murders in those cases are acting against their own will. And in this case, both Arya and Beatrice were also claiming they were controlled. How could something demonic control Beatrice? I couldn't explain what happened to Arya and those other individuals. But I did know why Beatrice might not have full control of her actions.
Maybe.
Did they lose it? Yeah, it was because of blood contract. Our call was written on Beatrice's contract during her trial. It said what would happen if she failed to claim House Freyja. Her soul, her mind, and her life would all be claimed by the Empress of Discord. What does this tell us about Arya? Was she also in another... If the Empress of Discord owned Beatrice's mind, what would that mean they could also control Beatrice against her will? But if that were true...
What if...
Arya lost control. No, that couldn't be right, could it? For some reason, Arya's in a blood contract. But why? Why is she in one? Why would Arya do that? But it was a conclusion that made the most sense. We do have Divine Edict, right? Could we actually reveal it? I couldn't think of any other way someone could control her against her will. And there was one way to find out for certain. The Divine Edict, the same ability I used against Beatrice during her trial. I didn't fully comprehend it at the time, but I now had some understanding of how it worked. It created a copy of a blood contract between a contract holder and the demon who created it. For it to work, I need to know the name of the contract holder and the name of the demon who drafted it. Which demon did Arya make a blood contract with? Right now I was relying on speculation. Going off what I knew, the demon who made the contract must be... It had to be the Empress, right? The so-called Empress of Discord. She was mentioned in Beatrice's blood contract, but I still had no idea who or what she was. However, she was mentioned in a blood contract created by Marnoth. Was Marnoth her subordinate in some way? That might explain why Marnoth didn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. I wasn't sure if a pseudonym was enough, but it was the closest I could get with what I knew so far.
You've been awfully quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. He's probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time.
I think I finally figured out why the witness and the defendant can't remember anything. And it would also explain why they didn't have control of their actions. But it creates a new problem.
Objection! Again with this? If you're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it. Even you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting.
Lord Steelwind, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it would be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide.
It's about time.
By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. Arya's blood contract, yep. The blood contract seems strange. Unlike Beatrice's contract, it's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half of the page. There are only a few sentences at the bottom. For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. It's signed with Arya's signature. Why is she in a blood contract?
No, this can't be true. This is...
Why is she in a blood contract?
Enough! Stop prattling amongst yourself.
Objection!
No, this is a sham! This wretch has used magic to create a convincing fabrication. It's genuine, Lucio. I can sense it. It's impossible to falsify something like this.
You can't deny the truth anymore, Grand General. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mage Blight. She was controlled against her will, and her memories were overwritten.
With this evidence, there's no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract, but it still doesn't make sense.
I agree. Even if Arya was the type of person to make a deal with a demon, there isn't a single part of this contract that benefits her. Why would Arya sign this contract? The only way I could think of it... I would assume that Arya signed the contract because it looked like a normal... Yeah, it had to have been. She was tricked into signing it somehow. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issue Divine Edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I call for. I think when she was given this contract, it probably looked something else entirely. Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a normal legal document. Which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day. So she was tricked into writing it.
Objection!
Enough of this, all of you.
Do you see now, Grand General? Your daughter was not responsible for what happened.
That remains to be proven.
What are you talking about? She has a blood contract that relinquishes control of her free will.
Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert.
What?
I'll admit, the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed the contract.
Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this.
And what of Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Marunath? If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we should also acquit Lady Freya for the murder of her father.
That's hardly the same thing.
I, for one, fail to see the difference. A fool made a deal with a demon, and as a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed.
She's your daughter, Lucio.
And how does that change anything?
He seriously doesn't care if he convicts Arya. What kind of father is he?
Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. I could have accepted if she had just been reckless and accidentally induced Mage Blight. But to sign a contract with a demon... that only further espouses the need to put her down.
She was clearly tricked, Lucio.
Is that so? She's an attorney just like you. Would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it?
Damn.
Whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant willingly signed a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 people died and many more were incapacitated. The responsibility falls squarely on her.
Wait. Even if she willingly signed the contract, that wasn't entirely true. Who else was responsible for Arya's actions? The patron. Who's the patron? Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day. We need to know who the patron is.
Oh, and who would that be?
I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims.
That's right. They could still be out there. None of us is safe until this patron is apprehended.
Surely we can't end this trial while every member of the Wyverguard nobility is in danger.
I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Trickery or not, it's clear someone wished ill intent.
And until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Not until we know the circumstances under which she signed the blood contract.
And what would you have us do, Cuthbert? The contract has no stipulations about proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all while sitting in their very home.
There was a clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. And if Arya was being controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her.
I see. Despite the questions raised, we clearly made some headway. I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations.
Very well. Okay, we're at least getting somewhere. Arya was tricked into signing a blood contract. We stepped outside the Scaled Lord's lair to get some fresh air. I did a few stretches and some breathing exercises, anything to take my mind off of what had happened. Oh boy. Celeste silently sat on a rock near the ruins, her eyes looking down. Arya had become a close friend of hers over the last few months. She's probably taken this harder than anyone. Arya.
Arya, I'm so sorry.
It means that in a way she did kind of kill them, but not willingly.
Dumpy,
She couldn't find the words. She just sighed and sat down next to Celeste. She'd always been stoic, but it was clear that even she has her breaking point. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now, but it's not as hopeless as it looks. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. Do you remember if you've signed anything recently?
No, I don't.
Damn it all. For all we knew, it could have been any of the documents she signed while she was doing her job.
I still don't understand. I've never been that careless.
They were smart. Whoever actually did it was smart. Right. As much as I hate to admit it, Lucio was right. You're an attorney like me. We always carefully look over contracts we sign before we sign them. The patron can control your memories too. For all we know, they could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into signing the contract.
I suppose that's possible. Arya.
As we were deliberating amongst ourselves, the Grand General approached us alone.
What are you doing here? Father.
Oh. Sadness, anger, and shock. He even seemed surprised by the contract as well. He only glared at Arya silently before walking away.
I can't believe him.
His actions said otherwise, but I could have sworn I saw something through the eye. Well, no matter what he felt internally, he made it clear he wouldn't relent. He was my enemy. Whatever his motivations are, I'd overcome him, just like anyone else. We should also head back, at least.
Right.
We're getting somewhere, at least.
Court is now resumed. Shall we pick up where we carried off?
Your Grace, I think we should review what we do know about the murders.
We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with.
Let's start from the beginning. It all began at noon yesterday. I was at my house in Ratholm with Arya and my bodyguard Celeste. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Garrick Pierce. He wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1 p.m. At the time, we didn't know that the cathedral was closed to the public, but the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyway. Apparently, they were expecting us.
Which should not have happened. Due to the solemnity of the situation, we were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral.
It's possible someone pulled some strings to let us through.
For you to enter the cathedral legally. I know about every order given to the Kingsguard, and none of them were told to let you through.
Tell me, Lucio, were the knights stationed at the entrance among the knights who felt comatose?
Perhaps we should continue.
We arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with the Archduke, Grand General, my client, His Majesty, and Prince Alaric. And around that time, Arya and Aster left together to meet with a High Speaker in his quarters.
Do you think it's the High Speaker?
While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with the Duke of Commerce and Minister of Justice. Then we spoke with the three Frege sisters and Eris Ilmater.
Eris Ilmater?
She's a friend of Beatrice Frege. The Kingsguard wouldn't let her bring Marnoth into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to guide her instead. Anyways, we left the garden at around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. And at around the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at Lake Galcron over the west balcony.
A likely story.
Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. He was set to trap him within a force cage.
What a despicable act.
Considering what
followed, the attack on His Majesty must have been in a diversion.
It was also at this time that both Beatrice and Eris went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Astor was sprung.
And are you saying this patron controlled her as well?
No, I don't think so. According to her contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. I believe the patron and the Empress were in league with each other, but they were two distinct individuals.
Wonderful. Another demon we have to worry about.
At that moment, the patron and the Empress had all the pieces they needed. That's when they began their massacre. The patron took control of Arya's body, and Von Sanctus was murdered at 2:05 p.m. Whether it was intentional or an accident, oil was spilt from the lanterns in the common room and started a fire. Since Von Sanctus' body was found there, this must have happened after he was murdered. Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown transmutation spell to incapacitate him.
To think they would use her to attack the prince as well.
Luckily, the effects of that spell were only temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. She brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony, where she dumped it into Lake Galacrond. High Speaker Archaeus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware of what she'd thrown off the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but was turned away by the knight standing guard there. Meanwhile, Sleece and I were speaking with Lord Pierce. When we showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. And at about 2:20 p.m., we heard a commotion outside. Sleece went to investigate. And that's when Sleece fought Arya. The patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Sleece was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes before Arya was finally able to push past her. During their fight, the Empress sent Beatrice into the prayer room. She probably had Beatrice cast invisibility to move undetected. She then used her to cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time close to when this happened. This must have happened around 2:30 p.m.
If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frege was actively used in this plan.
Yes, and considering how quickly the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have been coordinating with the patron. Considering how oddly some of the knights were acting, it's possible they had other accomplices too. We know that the Empress of Discord is obviously Eris. The question we gotta figure out is who's the patron. They probably planned how they would use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyways, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Sleece and entered the prayer room. And before Sleece could catch up to her, she had already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Sleece entered the room. The patron had already achieved their goal of murdering the three nobles. So she probably fell unconscious when they released their control over her. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders.
Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly had more significance than I'd realized. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about?
It's fine. You can tell them.
Alright. For the past few months, Sleece and I have been investigating who her birth parents are.
I recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's Ball.
Supposedly, Garrick Pierce had the information we were looking for. That letter he sent us said that he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assumed this meant that he wanted me to be his attorney.
Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask for help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place?
We thought the same thing. And when we arrived for the meeting, it was clear I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce sent that letter to someone else.
You better not be lying to us, Cuthbert.
Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron.
One can often learn a lot about a person by how they approach combat.
To begin, the defense would like to call the Commander White to the stand. His testimony might shed some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered.
Yes, he was impaled using a blade magically frozen from his own blood.
In a grim sort of way, it was almost poetic that he died the same way Flintheart did. Yeah. But I doubt that gave Sleece any kind of closure. Yeah. Anyways, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If we figure out who might have had this knowledge, we might be able to find out who did this.
I see. King Todd, escort Commander Orem White to the witness stand.
Hey, it's me again. I didn't know there was dragons here.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Right,
Commander?
I'm sorry, I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard standing right behind me.
Yeah, to be honest with you.
Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander. Sorry, your skilled lordship, sir.
Commander, just try your best to testify about what happened.
Yeah.
Just don't ignore the lizard behind you.
It all started when we received a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric and a fire had broken out in the common room. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. But when we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. We went to the prayer room, and that's when we found Steelwind and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil too. That's when we realized that she offed all three of them.
So you still have no idea how Steelwind was used to murder Von Sanctus or Sybil?
Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Sanctus. That fire burned a lot of the physical evidence off his body.
Yeah. What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body?
No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either.
From what Sybil's body showed signs, where is her? This. Traces of transmutation, evocation, and necromancy magic. We know from the cutscene that played that Sybil was shot at. Rather, she was protecting, she protected Von Sanctus, and in that protecting, she got shot with an arrow intended for him. So the necromancy magic was likely something like mend wounds, which was used to just repair the hole that was caused by the arrow. Transmutation evocation. Her spell companion says she has Slowfall. Slowfall is a transmutation spell. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where the transmutation comes from. The thing that doesn't make sense to me is the evocation magic. Slowfall caused a transmutation, and mend wounds was likely the reason why necromancy was on her. But why evocation? What evocation spells do we know of right now? Evocation includes... Let's see. I just want to see all. Shatter. Prestidigitation. And... Glyph of Contingency. Steel and Strike, but that's unique, so let's not count that. Hold Creature. And Firebolt. There was no signs of her having, like, burns on her body, right? No. There is one that comes to mind that I think might have been used to her. I think the spell that I think might have been used on her might not actually be used on her specifically, but it might have been used on something that left a trace on her. Specifically, Shatter. I think that she may have been hit by something with Shatter. Because, remember, she was found in that pond, right? Her body was found in that pond that was underneath the balcony. And what did we find on the balcony as well? We found debris. There's traces of transmutation. Never mind. I forgot that says transmutation magic on them. Never mind.
No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. All we know is that she died of suffocation.
There's definitely more information I could glean from their investigation. Alright, let's get looking. It all started when we received a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric and a fire had broken out in the common room. And this is mainly based on Prince Alaric's testimony, am I correct?
Yeah, we still have no idea what transmutation spell she hit him with.
Judging from the time of the report, this must have been well after 3 of the murders occurred.
Yeah, it was unfortunate how that played out. If Steelwind really was controlled, whoever controlled her knew how to get the job done, quickly.
That left the question of how they did so efficiently. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room and put out the fire. Was that wise? Regardless of who it was, someone was assaulted a Prince of Wyverngard.
We were already dealing with the king who was trapped in that force cage. Honestly, a lot happened in that hour, and most of our attention was focused on keeping the royal family safe.
We can already conclude that the attack on the king was a distraction. Whoever orchestrated this must have known that we'd focus our attention on keeping him safe. The casualties include many knights from the Kingsguard. They probably had to spread their forces thin to protect everyone else and handle the fire in the common room. What did you do when you arrived at the common room, Commander?
When we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. Did you see Arya or Celeste?
No, we only saw the aftermath of their fight. There were marks and craters everywhere in that hallway.
Pierce's time of death was 2:45 p.m. And the knights didn't arrive at the common room until 3:10 p.m. They didn't arrive at the prayer room until well after the battle had taken place.
Wait, wouldn't that mean that you were in that room with Pierce's body for 25 minutes? Why didn't you look for help? You weren't waking up for some reason, so I kept channeling my healing magic into you. Looking back, I probably should have just looked for help. But even if Arya was unconscious, I didn't want to leave you alone in that room with her.
Right, sorry. We went to the prayer room. That's when we found Tyrion and Cuthbert's unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. Judging from the timing, this would have been several minutes after he'd already died.
Yeah, and we had no idea what was going on. Pierce was already dead, and you and Steelman were unresponsive.
I can see why I'd be unresponsive. I was hit with a spell specifically designed to make people sleep. But why was Arya unconscious too?
We have no idea. We never even heard of demonic possession until today. For all we know, it could have been a side effect of being controlled for over an hour.
Fair enough. We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil too. That's when we realized that she offed all three of them. That last statement was a little vague. Whose murder should he elaborate on? Tell me more about Sanctus. Could you elaborate more on Von Sanctus's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died?
Like I said, it's trickier than with Von Sanctus because the fire partially burned his body. Our divination magic could only tell that he died of suffocation.
I see. So there's no other physical evidence.
Well, there is one thing. From his burn marks, we do know that he was hit with some kind of mundane projectile before he died.
Do you mean like an arrow or something? Arya's a mage, though. Why would you use a mundane weapon to attack? Talentless mages will often use mundane weapons to make up for their weaknesses.
Either way, she probably wanted to weaken him before she dealt the final blow.
So he took a direct attack from her before he died. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White.
Sure, whatever you say, kid.
Steelman must have attacked Von Sanctus in the common room and suffocated him somehow.
Objection!
No. Your Honor.
I'm a dragon.
And due to the lack of physical evidence, you're not sure what she used. Von Sanctus and Sybil both died via suffocation. We can probably assume that the patron used the same method to murder both of them. But you know what they say about assuming? Don't be cute, Cuthbert. Damn it.
It's not like you can help it.
What?
What?
Anyway, Lucio's assumption did make sense, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions yet. Either way, was Von Sanctus the victim I wanted to focus on? Whose murder should he elaborate? Talk to me about Coraline. Could you elaborate more on Sybil's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how she died?
Using our divination magic, we know she died of suffocation. But we're not exactly sure how.
But unlike Von Sanctus, Sybil's body wasn't burned. Shouldn't there have been wounds on her neck if she was suffocated?
Well, we found traces of necromancy on Sybil. We think Steelman cast men wounds on her body after she was offed. Someone must have learned that trick from Nightgrave's case and removed any wounds on the body.
This is exactly what happened with Catherine Bellwether.
Yeah, the only wounds she has are from the impact of falling into Lake Galacron.
Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White.
Sure, whatever you say, kid.
Steelman must have attacked Sybil somewhere close to that balcony, and going by the autopsy report, she must have suffocated her somehow. Question.
Objection!
No.
I'm a dragon.
We later discovered her body in Lake Galacron. From the High Speaker's testimony, Steelman must have dumped her body from the balcony above.
Objection!
No.
I'm a dragon.
Objection!
I think I need to go back to the other one, too. I need to go back. And since someone cast men wounds on the body, we still don't know how.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real headache figuring that out.
No one saw the murder. The High Speaker only witnessed the moment Arya dumped the body, and even he didn't see that much. Anyways, was Sybil the victim I wanted to focus on? Let me go back to Von Sanctus for a second. Despite how much I knew, there was a lot of details missing about how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. The Inquisition might find some clues I missed. He asked the commander to elaborate. From the burns on his body, she must have hit him with a firebolt to keep him from getting away. He didn't have anything to defend himself with. No, he did. Wait.
Objection!
He could have easily protected himself. That's strange. What is it now? Commander White, you said that Steele went and attacked Von Sanctus with a projectile before she suffocated him.
Yeah, she probably wanted to injure him so he'd be easier to subdue.
But that's what I find strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he use Force Cage to repel her?
Huh. I guess that's true.
Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert. Force Cage is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was shot with a projectile. He must have been in immense pain. I doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances. I normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story.
What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert?
What implies that Von Sanctus cast Force Cage? We saw it. Where is it? It's somewhere here, isn't it? What implies that Von Sanctus cast Force Cage? Oh, the abjuration traces. When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square around the body. I'm sure if we measured the dimensions of that square, it would be 10 feet by 10 feet.
Which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage.
Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier.
Objection!
Nonsense. If Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself, he should have been protected from further harm. The defendant wouldn't have been able to suffocate him after that.
Perhaps there's some way to bypass Force Cage.
Your ignorance of the arcane arts is apparent. Force Cage is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence. It can't be dispelled, and no one could teleport into or out of it.
Right. Aster was also trapped in a Force Cage, and he had to wait for for the hour duration to elapse. Wait. If Force Cage is a perfectly closed space, is it possible that he ran out of air?
There would be a glaring weakness. House Von Sanctus obviously designed the spell to only allow oxygen through the barrier. And before you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either.
Right, and even if they had used poisonous gas, the autopsy report wouldn't have said that he was suffocated. Wait! How did Arya suffocate Von Sanctus? Only oxygen can travel through the bounds of Force Cage. So how did Arya suffocate Von Sanctus despite that? The fire... The fire... Wait.
What if... maybe... maybe...
Von Sanctus consumed Von Sanctus inside the cage. What? Force Cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen through its barrier. But what if there was no oxygen left in the room?
No oxygen. Huh. It was the fire in the common room. Von Sanctus couldn't be harmed once he was in that Force Cage. So she started a fire to eat all the oxygen within the room.
Yep, Arya Steele attacked Von Sanctus with a firebolt in the common room. He reacted by casting Force Cage to protect himself. Seeing that she couldn't break through it, she started a fire to eat all the oxygen in the room. Von Sanctus was probably helpless as he suffocated from a lack of oxygen. which should have protected him, ended up trapping him. And the inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate. So we likely now know how Von Sanctus died.
Well, I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered Von Sanctus. With that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment.
Just like the murder of Pierce. And not only that, we assume that the patron used the same method to kill both Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. But I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances.
Correct. There was only one fire. And if Sybil was in that force cage, the defendant wouldn't have been able to throw her body into Lake Galacron, which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation elsewhere. It's clear our next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered.
We still don't know where she was murdered.
The only witness who saw her around this time was the High Speaker, which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body.
Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good a start as any. For our next witness, the defense will have to call High Speaker Theon Arcaeus to the stand. What's wrong?
It's nothing. Carry on.
King's Guard, let's call High Speaker Arcaeus to the witness stand. Wait, why do I get the feeling I know what he was saying? How's Arcaeus going to react to the fact that the Scaled Lord, the guy that he, like the dragon that he worships, how's Arcaeus going to react to that? Uh-oh.
Witness, you will testify about... Oh, great and blessed Scaled Lord! To think you would grace us with your presence! Oh my god. Forgive me, Lord Rathalion. I spoke out of turn. He must think I'm an arrogant fool. How many times do I have to tell you people that I'm not a god? Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I'm not an avatar of Bahamut. But you're the Scaled Lord. I'm just a dragon. I'm not even a powerful one.
Damn. Bitch, no.
I'm not a deity. It is humility. That's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say. I swear to God.
The dragon is just fed up with this. I see now why Rathalion was like, I don't want
to talk to this guy. I already know what's going to happen. He even swears by the god's name. Lucio, please handle this. Perhaps another approach is warranted. High Speaker Arcaeus, the great and powerful Rathalion calls upon you today. You require my life. Of course, I will gladly give my life for the Scaled Lord. What?
Even Lucio. I love that Lucio has like the same pose. I see where Arya gets her shock expression. It's the same as Lucio's.
What? No! Of course, my blood could never be enough. Would you just let me? I will do as you wish, my lord. It might take some time, though. I'll need some time to gather some devout followers of the faith and...
Oh, God.
Oh, my God, we just want your testimony. Just tell us what you saw when Miss Steelman was at the westward balcony yesterday. Oh, I see. If that's what you truly wish, my lord.
Are we just going to ignore how willing he was to commit mass murder?
Be quiet. We just got him to calm down.
Wait! It just occurred to me. Tyrion's right. Wait a minute. Theon! What are you doing? Theon really did just... What? Huh?
I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of the time. My alarm went off, and I realized it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelman looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galacron. I asked her what she was doing, but again she ignored me and went towards the prayer room. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away. I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there.
Alright. Considering the time of it all, it must have happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room.
Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scaled Lord must have graced me with the divine luck.
Please, just stop.
Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. Was she waiting for the High Speaker to leave? Perhaps I need to closely examine the timing of these events. The timings, huh? Alright. I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of the time. My alarm went off, and I realized that it was time for my afternoon prayers. An alarm.
It's a rudimentary artificery device. I use it to remind me to conduct my daily prayers.
I see. And do you have it set to go off at a specific time?
Yes, it's set to go off at 2:10 p.m., 5 minutes before my afternoon prayers.
I was in my quarters when my alarm went off at 2:10 p.m. I realized it's time for my afternoon prayers. So you usually say your afternoon prayers at 2:15.
Yes, it is said that time is the holiest hour of the god of dragons.
This is the first I've heard of this.
Was I mistaken? Forgive me, my lord. I can't believe I dishonored your deity.
You know what? Just forget I say anything.
I love this. I began heading to the prayer room when I spy. Did you change your testimony? I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelman looking over the westward balcony. What was her expression like?
It was very cold and emotionless.
The patron must have had control of her when this happened.
Yes, that certainly makes the most sense.
What time did this happen?
It was shortly after my alarm went off. It would definitely be before 2:15 p.m.
Why does it keep changing? What? It was still before 2:15 p.m. Our encounter was short. That was when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony into Lake Galacron. And that must have been Sybil's body.
I suppose so.
You don't sound so sure of it yourself.
It's just that I recall Lady Sybil's garb to be much brighter. Meanwhile, the thing I saw Lady Steelman throw over the balcony was much darker.
Right, you mentioned that before.
It's clear it was just the lighting of that space. The balcony is directly above where we found Lady Sybil's body in Lake Galacron. And obviously, you obviously saw the defendant dumping the body. What else could have been?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
I want to see something.
Objection!
No.
Tyrion, I'm on your side, but I don't know.
I asked her what she was doing, but again she ignored me and went towards the prayer room. The patron was probably trying to keep her on track, but I'm surprised she didn't attack you. Even if the patron was trying to frame her, she hadn't killed Pierce yet.
Yes, I'm a little confused about that myself. Perhaps I should just be happy I came out of that encounter unharmed.
Anyways, how long did you talk to her?
Our encounter was very brief since she was ignoring me. I couldn't have lasted more than 2 minutes.
I only spent about 2 minutes trying to speak with her, but she ignored me and... I thought nothing of... Wait a minute. Again, it's happened. Now time is added to this. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away. Right, those guards are still comatose. We still don't have an explanation for that either. The Empress of Discord used some kind of demonic magic to do that. The Eye of Horus didn't leave magical traces, so it's possible that demonic magic is the same. Either way, it was awfully convenient he left right before the attack on the prayer room happened. Anyways, what time did this happen?
I believe it was 2:15 p.m. That's when I usually arrive at the prayer room.
Wait, what? Wait, what? I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away at 2:15. It was still 2:15 p.m. Our encounter was short. Wait, what? You were in your quarters during the massacre.
Yes, as I've mentioned before, my room is magically soundproof. My guards and I were woefully unaware of what was happening. We didn't know what was happening until some members of the King's Guard came to inform me what had happened to the King.
How long were you in your quarters for?
I waited there until the King's Guard notified me it was safe. I think I waited there until 3:15 p.m.
Which was around the time that Arya was arrested. Something doesn't feel right. What the fuck? Something's wrong with his testimony. I was in my quarters when my alarm went off at 2:10 p.m. I realized that it was time for my afternoon prayers. Where's the timeline of events? I thought there was like a list that gave the timeline of events. I was in my quarters when my alarm went off at 2:10 p.m. I realized it was time for my afternoon prayers. What was around 2:10? Anything that happened around 2:10? The letter from Garrick is there. $3:10 p.m. No. 2:30. The high speaker at 1. No. Wait a minute. There was a very small time frame between Sybil's death and Arya's attack on the prayer room. The details of his testimony can make a huge difference depending on when each event happened. I need to see if you remember the exact time each part of his testimony occurred. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelman looking over the westward balcony. This happened at 2:15 p.m. What else happened at 2:15?
Objection!
Oh, I guess you're right. Wait.
Objection!
That doesn't make sense. Wait, what? You saw her pushing in a person who was alive. She died at 2:18, not 2:15. Wait, what?
Is something wrong?
There is, but I'm not really sure what it means.
Stop stammering and say what you want to say.
High speaker, you said that you saw Arya dumping something over the ledge of the balcony.
There's no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that he saw my dog dumping Lady Sybil's body.
That's the thing, Lord Steelman. It couldn't have been Sybil's body.
What are you talking about? The location from that balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly.
That may be, but the witness just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m.
Wait!
You see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body into Lake Galacron before 2:15 p.m. if her time of death was 2:18 p.m.? Exactly.
I see. That does seem rather peculiar.
Something I want to check. We saw something. Where is it? Feigned death.
It does seem rather peculiar. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from the balcony. There would be no other explanation for how it ended up there.
Yes, that's also true.
Perhaps she was still alive when Arya threw her off that balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell. Your Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body.
What is feigned death again? Necromancy.
And even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived from a fall of that height. The distance from that balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. And the autopsy report says that the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force.
Right. So when did she die? She had to have died after. She must have died after she hit the water.
Mr. Cuthbert, Lucio just said that she would have died upon impact.
But that's assuming she didn't do anything to lessen the blow. She might have had the opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body wasn't as damaged despite falling from such a great height.
Objection!
Again, that doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains the spell Slow Fall. If she had the opportunity to cast a spell, she would have used that spell to slow her descent. And she wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake if she'd done that.
That's a really good point, but just indulge me for a second. Which spell was cast on Sybil? Was it Slowfall? But if she did, she wouldn't have taken any injuries from Lake Galacron. For whatever reason, she must have been protected by another spell. One that lessened the impact, but didn't completely negate it. Oh, wait! She was hit by something else. Stone Skin! I think Lloyd must have cast Stone Skin on her.
Stone skin?
If you recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker, and it didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. Almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing.
That object was actually Lady Sybil, protected by a layer of stone.
Lloyd cast Stone Skin on her before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked them, and Lloyd must have cast the spell to protect her.
The coward. I'd have imagined he'd simply worry about protecting himself. But I'll admit the spell would have protected her from the Steelwind strike.
but it doesn't seem quite right.
What do you mean?
I may not see much, but I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she?
That's a good point, too. High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil, but if we assume my logic is correct, then she would have also still been alive. Why was Sybil motionless despite being conscious? That is what I was looking for. So why was she struggling against Arya? She was affected by a spell. She must have been affected by a spell. And considering it kept her from resisting Arya, the patron must have made Arya cast that spell on her. Which spell did Arya cast on Sybil? Feign death. Oh, wait, what? Oh, the other one. This one. Hold creature. It was hold creature. Lloyd must have cast Stone Skin on Sybil when Arya attacked them. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that. So they ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell.
And Sybil died of suffocation.
That's right, Lucio. How'd Sybil suffocate? Even if she was restrained, Sybil was still protected by Stone Skin. That would have left only one option for the patron. Sybil drowned in Lake Galakron. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into Lake Galakron. Her Stone Skin lessened the impact of the fall, but it also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's Hold Creature spell prevented her from moving, and since Lloyd stayed in the common room, he didn't know his spell was signing her death warrant. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. Alright.
I believe that covers all three of the murders then. Yes. Lord Von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast Hold Creature on her. And Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created by Shape Liquid. The only common thread I see is that the patron knew how to use the victim's spells against them.
But how did that connect to Pierce? Did he cast Shape Liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it to deal the final blow. No, but he was knocked unconscious alongside me. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyways, whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. They knew that Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage. They also knew that he still needed oxygen from it. In Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had Stone Skin active.
They also knew that Hold Creature would prevent Sybil from moving while she sank to the bottom of the lake.
Not only that, they did all this in a quick time frame. It would have to be someone who's extremely knowledgeable about spells. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other. And if Arya hadn't encountered Celise, Pierce might have died just as quickly.
So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the Four Pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications.
What they were saying wasn't sitting right with me for some reason. There's something there, so why couldn't I see it? But there's another angle to this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. What was similar about some of the targets? The victims were Lloyd Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. What's a similarity we can draw between at least two of them? Sybil and Von Sanctus are house leaders of the Pillar families. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses.
Are you saying the patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the Four Pillars?
That's the move that makes the most sense. But that does leave one question.
Don't be coy. I'm not daft, Cuthbert.
Actually, I highly doubt it was you.
Really now?
Out of most of the people there, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of Wyvern Guard's military, and the cathedral was filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre. And you wouldn't even need to make a deal with the demon to do so.
So why wasn't Lucio targeted then?
From her encounter with Celise, it's clear there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. The patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General, but there's also another explanation. Why didn't the patron target Lucio Steelman? I think... wait.
What if?
The patron. Yeah. The patron wanted people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime. Then they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him.
That's why they used my daughter!
What was that tinge of anger just now? Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened?
We'd still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to Mage Blight. She would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Steelwind would be diminished forever.
About a month ago, House Freyga lost a Duke of Finance, and his successor, Leifa Freyga, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now, the heads of House Von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with the House Steelwind being held responsible for all of it.
All 4 of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre.
But I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits together if we assume that the patron's goal was to weaken the Pillar families. Except for the murder of Garrick Pierce.
Yes, in contrast to Sybil Von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison.
Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flynnhart McCoy. Why did the patron target Garrick Pierce? Why would the patron go to the trouble of murdering a condemned man?
What if...
No. The patron murdered Pierce because they need him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Selice's biological parents.
My parents?
Do you remember what Pierce said when we showed up for the meeting? You finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decide... What? You two?
We got your letter.
Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Selice's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you. We weren't the intended recipients of that letter.
That's right.
So that leaves one last question. Who did Pierce originally send that letter to? The patron. There's only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place. The patron.
That means...
The patron is someone who would be threatened by Selice's parentage. Oh boy.
Order! Order in the court!
But I don't understand.
I'm sorry, I know this is a lot to take in, but I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Selice's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron sent the letter to me.
But why go to the trouble of luring you there? He could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him.
Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Selice too.
What?
They knew I would never meet with Pierce alone, and the information was about her. The patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Selice, they'd eliminate any threat Selice would pose to them.
But who would be threatened by such information? The mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. He must have something to do with her birthright.
Right. So who would that leave? Royal family? King Day Wyvernguard just recently died. What if Selice was a member of the royal family?
You think I'm a princess?
I don't want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. When it comes to conflicts of inheritance, a royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have had the authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes.
That wouldn't entirely make sense. What do you mean? If McCoy was abandoned at a tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume she's a bastard child.
Okay, I don't know why you have to bring that up.
My point is that King Olivia wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. He would have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage. That's disgusting. That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyways, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child, and he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances.
I see what you mean. Suppose that eliminates Aster. The Eye Taker? What if the Eye Taker orchestrated this whole thing?
The Eye Taker? That common criminal? What reason could he have to do this?
I've heard firsthand that he was planning to expand his influence throughout Wyverngard. He was actually planning with Beatrice to use House Freyga to do so. Since I ruined his original plan, setting up this massacre might have been his backup plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. What if Selice was a part of the royal family and they were planning to use her to take the throne? But if he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her? Not only that, he also had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Imagine if he had placed a more lethal contingent spell in that glyph of contingency. His Majesty might have also very well died alongside Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. I suppose you're right, but we need to consider... Anyway, we should consider other suspects. Frege? I recall during Beatrice Frege's trial, we heard William Frege's last will and testament. It mentioned that House Frege's assets would be divided evenly between all of his children. If McCoy were to be revealed as a Frege, his daughters would be legally obligated to share the estate with her.
Could I seriously be a Frege?
I don't want to suspect Leifa or Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. And as we've seen, the Freges are no strangers to making deals with demons. However, it still doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leifa or Miriam would do something like this.
What are you basing that on?
I tend to be a good judge of character, and they just don't seem like the type to do something like this.
You're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of doing something like this.
I suppose we'll have to see. Anyway, we should consider Steelwyn? As much as I have my doubts, House Steelwyn is the only Pillar family whose house leader survived the past month.
You think I'm McCoy's biological father?
You're barely a father to your actual daughter.
I'm only stating the possibility for the sake of argument. As I've said, it wouldn't make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwyn would be blamed, but we need to consider every possibility. That's honestly all I can think of.
Yes, there's a flaw with each suspect.
Your logic is clearly flawed. There's something I hear I'm not saying. I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties us all together.
Regardless, we still have no idea who or what this Empress of Discord is. I'm loath to allow such an individual to walk freely throughout Wyvernguard.
Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wyvernguard and magic. Do you know who this demon is?
I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes. Whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain like this.
Well, I suppose we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there.
We've obtained a lot of information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How shall we proceed? We have been working at this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so that we can look into these new leads.
I have no objections. It would give my men some time to look into what we've discovered today.
It's settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now, but we'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning.
You're all free to return to your homes for the time being.
But make no mistake, the Kingsguard will be carefully keeping watch over all of you.
Alright. There's still this constant nagging sensation in the back of my mind.
Hey, Tyrion?
It's as if I were overlooking something extremely important.
Tyrion.
What is it? What could be so important, yet so difficult to remember?
Tyrion!
Sorry. I was thinking about everything.
You're looking really stressed out. Do you want to head back to your house and to rest?
No, we only have a day until the trial resumes. If we can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will disappear.
We already know what happened. You just don't know who did.
We should speak with the suspects again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the Eye of Horus.
One of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him?
I suppose I'll have to speak with him too. About that?
What? No! What if he tries to kill you again?
That's just a risk I'll have to take. Arya's life is on the line.
Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into?
What?
Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they even attacked members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade?
Ouch.
You know that's not what I meant. It's just this whole situation is crazy, isn't it?
It's fine. It's just like any other of our investigations.
It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't...
Her voice broke and her hands began to tremble. Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? I'm fine. I already told you that you didn't do anything wrong.
You almost died, Tyrion.
I know.
You almost died!
I know, Celeste.
No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. When I saw you all lying on the floor, I'm always so cocky about how I've never lost a fight, and because of that, you...
She can't even complete that sentence. Celeste. How could I be so thoughtless? She was attacked by Arya and almost died. I'm sorry. I didn't think...
Don't apologize. Just please. Please just leave this to Lucio and the Scaled Lord. You've done enough already. They can figure the rest of it out.
And what if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me. But what if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that?
I don't care if that happens.
Celeste.
I don't care, Tyrion. I'll apologize to her all you want after this, but all I want is to keep you safe. I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore.
Even she seemed surprised by what she said.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I'm really happy you're a part of my life.
I
know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. And I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but...
You're not gonna stop, are you? I'm gonna talk to Lucio.
What?
If we're gonna meet the IT again, we're bringing some knights with us.
Celeste, that's hardly...
Nope, you don't get a say in this. If you're not here when I get back, I will find you.
Judging from her expression, that wasn't an empty threat. Fine, just go. She might have a point, though. Yeah. Before everything happened, I wasn't even sure if I wanted to continue practicing law. Maybe I need to consider a safer, quieter life after this is all done. I hope she would still be part of it. What was I thinking about now? I couldn't stop thinking about her lips on my cheek after that, however brief that was.
Alright, Lucio's cleared it. It's surprisingly easy to convince him.
Oh,
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Let's not waste any more time. And to get my face out of her eyeline, I just quickly walked past her.
Hey, don't look so far ahead.
I need to stay focused on the trial for Arya's sake. When this was all over, I have to say those words to her. Well, I suppose I didn't have to think about it until then. Alright. I think we are going to be beating the game today. Oh no. Using the Kingsguard's teleportation network, we arrived back in Ratholm. At Sleeth's insistence, we were being escorted by a diversion of the Kingsguard. Sir, where will we be heading first? Oh, my newfound authority was definitely going to take some getting used to.
What's wrong?
There's definitely something I'm fundamentally missing, but what?
Just don't push yourself too hard, okay?
We should speak with each of the suspects and confirm their alibis. That might help me finally put things together. Each of the nobles have returned to their respective homes, but our teleportation network should help you travel around Wyverngard. Seems like we've already gone. Huff. Well, this is pretty. It's the city courthouse. Every trial I've taken part in has been in this building, excluding the current trial, obviously. It's one of the many offices of Von Sanctus Industries. With the death of Lloyd, I'm sure his business will be thrown into chaos for a while. I could see several commoner houses from here. If I squinted really hard, I could have just made out our house. My house. It's a shop selling various wares. The items that they sell are more suited for adventurers. I tagged along when Celeste went to window shop there at that one time. There was a great view of the city from the sledge. I frequently went there whenever I needed to think something over. I've been going through there a lot for the last month. Alright, I think that's everything I can check.
Repario Arcanum!
Any magic? No? I assume there's nothing to talk about with all this evidence. At least not with the character that we've already talked to before. Not with Celeste.
I know Steven would never do something like this, but I saw her. Even if she wasn't her usual self, her attacks were definitely real. I don't know what to believe anymore.
All the more reason for us to get to the bottom of this. Alright, let's move. Fragan Manor and Nave. Let's go to the Nave. Sir, I've spoken with the groundskeeper. His Majesty and the Grand General are currently visiting Lady Steelwind, but they'll be here later today to talk to the High Speaker. We'll just have to come back later then. Alright, let's go to Fragan Manor. We arrived at Fragan Manor, hoping to speak with Leif and Miriam. As I walked by, I passed by several rooms filled with contractors. Some rooms were being repainted, others looked like they were being completely reconstructed. After some asking around, one of the servants mentioned that the sisters were entertaining a guest in the study. I normally wouldn't interrupt them, but I needed to use every minute I could. Hello? As we entered the study, we were met with this floof of an animal. He was barking at us at first, but his mouth curled up into a dopey smile the moment he recognized me.
Oh, hello, friend. Sorry for books. Trackers thought you smelled more rats.
You really don't like rats, do you, Tracker?
A lot more rats have been showing up than usual.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert.
I scanned the room. Miriam was there too, sitting on what was once William Frigga's desk. Oh, hey, and this guy too. They appear to be speaking with Lord Asclepius. Sorry for barging in, Leifa.
No, it's no problem at all.
The thickness of the atmosphere seemed to imply they knew why I was here. I'll skip the pleasantries. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about what happened?
Of course, I'll do anything I can to help with Lady Steelan's situation.
Shall I leave?
No, you were there with me when everything happened. And your testimony will substantiate my alibi.
Right. It's a bookshelf, filled with fake books the last time we were here.
Some of the books are actually real this time.
Nice. There's a window with a view of the outside. A desk where the head of House Frigga would sit.
I'm still getting used to this. This chair has always felt too big for me.
Various books about economics and political theory. Looks like they haven't been disturbed since Beatrice's trial.
I've been meaning to put those away, but they're actually quite helpful for my new responsibilities.
It's a painting of a man with a dog. Oh, a doggy!
That's David Ding, from House Ding. They're one of the branch families of House Freyga. He's a dog breeder with a bit of an obsession with the dogs he owned. I feel a sort of kinship with him.
Tracker like fellow dog. He looked like loyal type.
How was he inferring that? Fireplace, probably used to keep the study warm. I see your house is still filled with chandeliers.
Well, we've been redecorating the manor. I've always found my father's aesthetics to be somewhat tacky, so I'm excited to make it my own.
Yippee!
Repario Arcanum.
No magic in here. You already know the deal. Alright.
Ah, it's your attorney's runestone. Are we showing it to people?
I guess I can't help it. It took years of studying law for me to get this. Were those years really meaningless? What can you tell me about this, Lady Freyga?
My apologies. I don't think it'd be much help.
Oh boy. It's time to go through the list of everything.
I can't believe someone did this to Arya. I've had enough of these demons. They just violate the wills of those who've been slayed. It's absolutely abhorrent.
No matter what happens, I'll save her from this fate.
For everyone's sake, I hope you're right.
Yep. And I assume the same's gonna be said here. Yep. Nothing about Garrick. Nothing about that. Nothing about that. Have some pieces of evidence been removed or something? I feel like the layout of this is different for some reason. I don't know if I have any right to say this, but I'm sorry about what happened to Beatrice.
No, for better or for worse, she's always done what she wanted. She knew what she was doing, and she was well aware of the potential consequences. I just wish there was something I could do for her.
Fair enough. Nothing on Beatrice's spell compendium. Nothing on Pierce. Not that. Sybil? Von Sanctus. Marriage?
I hope His Majesty is okay.
Right, someone basically used his former fiancé and his current fiancé to commit several murders.
Despite being royal, he's always had a soft heart. I'm sure this whole ordeal is affecting him the most.
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy. Guy can't catch a break. He really can't. There's so much to go through. There's too much to go through. Have any of you seen this symbol before?
No, I can't say I have.
Me neither.
I think I've seen it at the Imperial Academy before.
What? Where?
It was carved on the some of the desks in the Imperial Library. But it was only there for a day. The faculty probably noticed and removed it.
Arya did mention these cases were happening throughout Wyverngard, but were they even happening at the Imperial Academy? I had a feeling. Von Sank. Von Stink. Me?
I envy your bravery, Mr. Cuthbert. In the face of demons and dragons, you still seem quite calm.
Regardless of who's involved, this is the same as any other trial. Man, king, or god, I'll save Arya, no matter what it takes.
What a strange saying. I can't say I hate it, though.
Why did you stare at me like that? I'm supposed to be the edgy one. I'm supposed to be the edgy one. Nothing about Celeste. I'm surprised we haven't seen Ruby at all during this. I'm very surprised we haven't seen Ruby at all. Maybe she'll come in and save us at, like, the last minute. Maybe that's what's gonna end up being. It wouldn't be the most surprising thing, I feel. Nothing on you. Excuse me. Ay, ay, ay. I think I need a drink of water. Yeah, while I'm doing this. I've already forgot. I took a drink of water and I forgot everything. What? For a second, I forgot everything before it just re-hit me again. Like, what? Why are you here, Lord Asclepius?
We were discussing plans with the band on studying necromancy at the Imperial Academy. As the head of House Frey, I inherited my father's position on the board.
Oh, that's great!
I appreciate the enthusiasm, but we should still approach this carefully.
Really? I thought you of all people would be excited for this.
The kingdom's ban on necromancy was harsh, but it was somewhat justified. The study of something like this has to be regulated and closely monitored. The last thing I want is a mad necromancer that sets us back another few centuries.
You know what? Fair enough. That's very fair, actually.
It's like, listen, if I understand.
I don't want to deal with it again. How do you think about the dragon? All right, you know what? We have so much fucking evidence at this point. Shape liquid. Sleep. Familial bond. At this rate, I'm gonna start casting the spells myself. Minaz. Eyes. Malum. Necros. Blyto. Critia. Akultarai. Falnorma. This is making it slower, but I don't care. Illusio. No evocation. Prestidigitation. Luxo. Aquio. Crosswave. Forzere. Arcane. Fedra. Forheim. Non-Optima. Repario Arcanum. Tepotech. Teleport. Summon. Coltigen. Bolto. Hodl. Volnus. Dromley. Aburio. Alright, fine. Life is a suspect. Life, I'm sure you know I'm here, but I want to preface this by saying I highly doubt you were behind this.
No, I perfectly understand.
Well, I don't.
Lazarick. Frankly, I'm also at a loss. I have no idea who did this. It was obviously that criminal, the Eye Taker. Why don't you go interrogate him?
Make no mistake, we fully intend to, but I'd like to cover everyone else before we confront him.
Let him be, Miriam. It's his fault that Beatrice is... Our sister knew what she was doing when she gave her testimony. Don't insult her bravery by blaming Mr. Cuthbert for what happened.
What?
Anyways, Mr. Cuthbert has been shown many times that he's acting in good faith. And he's capable of convicting the criminals that even we can't see.
You mentioned Beatrice before. Did something happen?
It happened right after she gave her testimony this morning. She fell unconscious shortly after she left the Scaled Lord's lair. She hasn't woken up since then. More than fled afterward.
What?
It must have been the Empress of Discord. After you manifested Lacey Owen's blood contract, we all realized why she was acting so strangely.
If it weren't for her, I would have never considered trying to issue a divine edict. She was purposely trying to help us. But she knew it would put her own life at risk.
She sacrificed herself to save Lacey Owen. It seems our esteemed sister put her trust in you, commoner. So we will do the same. If there's anything we can do to help you, please ask.
Thank you. Where were you during the massacre? I appreciate all your trust, but I have to ask, where were you all between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. that day?
Luckily, we were all together.
Me, Life, Miriam, Beatrice, and her friend were all in the garden before 2 p.m.
But around 2 p.m., my sister went missing. I can't believe we trusted her to take care of our sister. Hush now, Miriam. If the Empress of Discord took control of her, there was hardly anything Miss Ilmar could do to stop it.
Well, about that.
I really do hope she's okay. She went to search for Beatrice, but we haven't seen her since the massacre.
You mentioned that you all went to search for her. Did you see anything?
No, we were originally planning to search the cathedral grounds. But when we received word of what happened to His Majesty, we decided to head back to the nave.
Did any of you lose track of each other during that time?
No, we stayed together for the entire time, but we did consider splitting up to cover more ground.
Right, I suppose that makes sense. And did you see Eris at all when that happened?
No, we never saw her.
Beatrice, Frigga, and Eris Ilmar were accounted for in the garden until 2 p.m., but after that, they both went missing. Eris supposedly lost track of Beatrice and searched for her in the garden. Leifa Frigga, Miriam Frigga, and Lazaric Asclepius were together and were about to search for Beatrice at 2:05 p.m. However, they were stopped by the Kingsguard, who reported that a glyphic contingency had just trapped Asterday Wyvengard in a force cage. She went missing shortly after Beatrice did. That's really suspicious.
You don't think...
It's definitely possible she was involved in this somehow. Oh, you don't know the half of it, buddy. Oh. Not to mention, the Eye Taker is one of our suspects, and she's his daughter.
Jesus, what?
Beatrice never mentioned that.
No, she didn't mention it at all.
It's not like Eris had a lot to answer for. I had to find her first, though. I suppose I'll stop being around the bush. Have any of you made a blood contract with a demon lately?
How dare you, this presumptuous little peasant! No. I understand where he's coming from. I want to understand, but the very idea is infuriating. Of everyone present, our sister was the only person with known ties to a demon. If she would have shared that secret with anyone, it would have been with us.
I didn't catch any incriminating thoughts from them through the eye, but I've been misled by it before. I let out a frustrated sigh. The lack of evidence pointing to this demon was becoming a giant pain. We still have no idea who the patron is.
I was actually meaning to ask you about that after the trial. Can't you just use this divine edict of yours to find out who the patron is?
No, to manifest a blood contract, I need the title of the demon and the name of the human they made the contract with.
I understand that, but why not just apply brute force?
What?
Due to the king's funeral, the king's guard has a detailed list of everyone who was present during the massacre. Whoever this patron is, they were working together with the Empress of Discord. They set a trap in the nave, which means they might have been present at the funeral. That must mean they made a blood contract with her, yes?
That's right! I could just keep issuing divine edicts until a blood contract appears.
Wait, is that safe?
There's only one way to find out. Time to begin! I've been out for a while, so I had to go in alphabetical order. He's definitely not Alaric, he's just a kid. And we already know about Arya. I clear my throat. Empress of the Discord, wherever you may hide. Release dead guards and manifest your blood contract with Asterday Wyvengard.
Tyrion, what's wrong?
My breath felt like fire in my lungs. I felt like someone had thrown hot oil on my skin. Magic inside me felt like acid in my body. I could only writhe on the floor. Heard the sound of someone screaming, only later realizing that it was my voice crying out in agony.
What? What's happening to him? Lazar, your magic.
Right. Help me!
Oh, you silly, silly boy. You may be half human, but you can't just go around declaring lies like that.
What?
And I was really looking forward to bringing you to the end of this. I haven't even started to have my fun with you yet.
Who are you?
Actually, I suppose that contract is still in effect. I guess my hands are tied. I'll save you, just this once.
What? What happened?
Tyrion, please wake up!
Sleazed?
You're okay.
I certainly didn't feel okay. Every part of me ached. My skin felt like it was being poked with pins and needles. I felt soreness as I tried to stand up.
Are you okay, friend?
Jagger nestled his head into my lap. The feeling of petting a white cloud definitely helped. Oh, what happened?
You died.
What? What do you mean? What?
I never brought anyone back from something like that. That was my strongest spell, too. You have no idea how lucky you are.
Thank you, Lord Asclepius.
Thank you. I never tried that spell on a human before. This is going to be remarkable for my research.
Life shot a glare at the young necromancer. Oh shit, I fucked up. He just pursed his lips and looked around nervously. Eventually, he just sat down in the opposite corner of the room. I don't understand. The last thing I remember was issuing my divine edict.
Was that the cause?
But I've done it before without any problems. I just used it this morning. Why did the divine edict harm me? It was a lie. Aster does not have a blood contract with the Empress. It might be because Aster doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress. If demons are unable to lie, the same might hold true for Celestials as well. The Divine Edict is clearly some sort of divine magic. Asking for a blood contract that doesn't exist might be considered a lie.
I'm sorry, Lazar suggested something so careless.
No, that's being reckless.
Please be more careful. I don't think I can take this.
Well, at least we know Aster isn't behind this.
He was trapped in the force cage. It obviously wasn't him.
No blood contract. Aster Dave Weimgard has no blood contract with the Empress of Discord, obviously. Anyway, it's clear that I can't just issue these edicts without thinking. I'll just have to wait till I'm certain of the patron's identity. Anyways, looks like I found everything I could here. Time to move. I fucking died, man. Literally. Thanks for telling me. I fucking died, man. Alright, who are we gonna talk to next? Hey, Aster, I just fucking died saying your name.
Oh, Mr. Cuthbert.
As we enter the nave, we spot Aster, Alaric, and Lucio gathered near the altar. I died saying your fucking name, you son of a bitch. Lucio was standing still, staring blankly at the empty benches which would have normally hosted hundreds of attendants. Prince Alaric was sitting on a bench, swaying his legs back and forth while he stared at the ground. Aster seemed to be putting on a brave face. His face lit up as he saw us enter the nave. He waved us over, but his eyes widened when he saw me.
Are you okay? Your face looks pale.
I just died saying your name, gamer. I scratched the back of my neck and avoided meeting his eyes. There was a bit of an accident earlier.
We'll try to exude more caution next time. It'd be dishonorable if you didn't fall by my hand.
Why is everything with you say so damned aggressive? Now for the next suspect. Although, judging from what happened at the study, it was unlikely that Aster was the patron. Nevertheless, the force cage that trapped him was an instrumental part of the patron's plot. Maybe he saw something that might point to what set that glyph of contingency. Hi.
Ah, you're at Tony's runestone. I was wondering when I'd be able to see it again.
I don't understand either of your fixations on that thing.
It's an attorney's runestone, Lucio.
It proves he's a certified attorney.
I have one too. I'm an attorney too, you idiot.
Let's talk with everything.
So Lady Steelman truly fought Miss McCoy that day. If it were anyone else, I'm sure they would have never stood a chance.
Well, it looks like even House Steelman isn't strong enough to take down the Crimson Demon. Sorry, did I go too far? I was just trying to lighten the mood.
Oh no, I'm just a little distracted. Sorry.
Don't apologize. Nothing on that.
I can't believe someone killed Lady Sybil.
Did you know her well?
Quite well.
Wait, no, these are all the same. I died saying your name. By the way, I attempted to issue a divine edict against you.
What?
My original plan was to issue an edict to every person I could think of. But apparently, issuing them recklessly can have, dire consequences. At the very least, we know you aren't the patron. You would have had a blood contract with the Empress of Discord otherwise.
Well, I suppose I'm happy I'm not a suspect anymore.
Listen, I almost died saying your fucking name. Be grateful. Did you know that he's a dragon? No.
Repario Arcanum.
No Madge. I think it's all the same there, so let's just talk. Lucio.
Why are you looking at me like that, Cuthbert?
After he attacked me in friggin' manner, I'd always been a little wary of him. If it weren't for Sleece's reflex, he very well might have killed me that day.
I'm not going to attack you again.
You did almost kill me that last time we met.
What? That is not... Something changed in you between Dracogen's trial and Freya's trial. Your aura became stronger.
What? What do you mean about that? What does my aura have to do with this?
It's difficult to explain to someone like you, but warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. Until I met you and Beatrice Freya's familiar, I thought the stories were complete nonsense.
Marnath and me.
As a Heavensborn, your blood is said to originate from the heavens. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I believe in the existence of other planes, but I admit that I still feel a certain aura from you that doesn't feel quite human.
Okay, but you've met me before in Arnax.
And something clearly changed since then. Even now, your aura is very noticeable.
Wait, was this because of that riddle I solved? Did I gain the Divine Edict because my powers had gone stronger?
Wyvern is no friend of the theocracy. When I sensed you, I thought a cleric had somehow made it into the manor. Do you not sense it too, McCoy?
What?
Surely you noticed a change in him during the Lord's Ball.
Is that true?
I did, but I didn't think it was a magic thing.
What did you think it was?
Well, sometimes you have someone in your life, and, well, you start looking at them differently.
Oh.
I regret bringing this up. I regret everything. This sucks.
Aster, I'm sure you know why I'm here.
It's because I'm one of your suspects, isn't it?
Your Majesty, you are the reigning king of Wyvengard. I expect you to conduct yourself with more dignity.
Of course. My apologies, Grand General.
Anyways, questioning you is honestly a formality at this point.
Really?
A lot of the evidence works in your favor. He doesn't have a blood contract with the Empress of Discord, after all.
Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence nonetheless.
I almost died. Lucio, have you made any headway in figuring out who set that trap for Aster?
No, I haven't.
It makes me uneasy that you let someone get that close to my father's body.
I can't begin to apologize for my men's incompetence. If they were more vigilant, perhaps we could have avoided this whole tragedy entirely.
So your men were guarding the late king's coffin?
Yes, there wasn't a single moment when his body was left unguarded.
We found traces of illusion magic at the location of the force cage. Although we're still not sure about who could have set that trap. There are also members of the Kingsguard that can cast both force cage and glyph of contingency. Many of them feel comatose during the massacre.
Do you think my men are that weak, Your Majesty?
I think anyone can be made weak when pushed far enough.
Regardless, we have no way of telling who may have been guarding the coffin when the trap was set. This means that we have no way of telling when the glyph of contingency was set.
I was actually meaning to ask about that. Couldn't we wait for the 48 hours to elapse? If we make note of the exact time the traces of evocation disappear, we can work backwards to discern the exact time the trap was set.
Well, normally we could.
When the spell activated, I unfortunately panicked and cast a firebolt to try and destroy it. Of course, it didn't even put a dent in the force cage.
Because of that, he left traces of evocation at the exact location of the glyph of contingency. We can't discern which traces were left by the patron's glyph of contingency or His Majesty's firebolt.
I'm terribly sorry about that.
It's fine. At 2 p.m., Aster de Wyvern went to pay his respects as far as coffin. Unbeknownst to him, however, there was a glyph of contingency set to trap him inside force cage. The trap triggered, and Aster was trapped in the magical cage for duration. Aster attempted to break the force cage by casting Firebolt. This created fresh traces of evocation, which makes it impossible to tell when the glyph of contingency was placed. There were traces of illusion magic at the crime scene. This might imply that someone hid themselves from the guards as they set up this trap. Couldn't blame him for reacting like that, but if it was going to make figuring out who did that much more difficult. I heard you two visited Arya earlier today. How's she doing?
I think she's doing the best she can. She's quite the resilient girl.
No thanks to you.
What?
She's only in this situation because of you.
Lucio, that's not
me. You're the one who's heartlessly prosecuting her.
She's far too weak for this.
If that's what you truly think of her, you're grossly misunderstanding the kind of person she is. She defied the role you tried to force onto her, and she instead dedicated herself to fixing our broken kingdom.
Ever since the start, all you've done is insult her. You know nothing about her. She's always carved her own path and pursued her own justice.
Her own path. She only became a prosecutor because of His Majesty.
What are you talking about? She became a prosecutor to fix our corrupt justice system from the inside.
And who do you think put those ideas into her mind? If she wanted to fix our justice system, she could have easily done so by slowly weakening House Sybil's influence. But she knew about your strange idolization of Ruby Tymora. And she knew how closely you followed each and every one of her cases. She thought that if she became like your idol and defeated her, you might finally notice her.
That's ridiculous. Why would she ever care if I noticed her?
Even now, you're blind to it!
I'm about to say, buddy, you're... Buddy.
When you were engaged to Lady Frega, you flaunted your relationship in front of her with no regard for her feelings. Every time you two visited her, she spent the entire night silently crying to herself.
That was the first time I've ever seen him that angry.
I had no idea.
My daughter is far stronger than any of us, but she's weak when it comes to you.
Lucio, let's focus on getting through this trial. I must ask you, Mr. Cuthbert, why are you going to such lengths for my daughter? What do you mean? Surely you understand the gravity of the situation. By taking part in this trial, you risk drawing the eye of both the nobility and whoever this Empress of Discord is. What are you planning? Lucio, I'm not an agent of the theocracy. Please, do you honestly expect me to believe that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart? Well, Scaled Lord, you actually are doing it for that reason. I'd read the theocracy text, but is this really what all Heavensborn are like? I don't like thinking about it that way. I'm not doing this because of my divine blood. I admire Prosecutor Steelman a lot, and I know what it's like to feel hopeless. I won't let her story end like this. I wouldn't throw around such promises so loosely. I'm not. I will save her, Lucio. Damn it all, judging from the spell committee I had, neither Arya nor Beatrice could have set that trap. If the patron was a mage, it was very likely that they were the one who cast the glyph of contingency. But I have options. There's only one person I could talk to. Oh boy. We made our way back to the alleyway that Tymora brought us to a month ago. The alley was quiet, but I wasn't sure if I could trust that. We got looks from people living in the nearby buildings. They shut their windows the moment they saw us. I hoped I hadn't raised any alarms. It would be too conspicuous to bring the Kingsguard with us. Celeste actually planned the entire operation. They walked through the streets and quickly stormed the building the moment trouble arose. They gave Celeste an enchanted runestone to hold it and channel her magic into. If she ever stopped focusing her magic, that would send a signal to the Kingsguard to storm the building.
Are you ready?
Yep, let's do this. The Eye Taker was our prime suspect. Everyone else had an alibi and lacked a motive. Not to mention, Eris was with Beatrice when she went missing. I didn't want to suspect her, but her father was a criminal, and she still hadn't turned up since the massacre. We're going to find his body in here, and it's going to turn into a 4-person murder case. All right, on 3. 1,
2.
3! What?
There's no one here.
I tipped one of the nearby tables in frustration. Several books fell to the floor. Of course he wasn't here. I betrayed him after being brought to his hideout. I took a close look at the desk he was sitting at during our previous visit. There was a thick layer of dust on it. He must have moved his operation elsewhere the day I convicted Beatrice.
Guess there's no point staying hidden anymore.
Celeste tossed away the Kingsguard runestone. A few seconds later, I heard the footfalls of soldiers rushing towards our location.
Freeze in the name of Wyvern!
He and the other knights froze as they saw the empty room.
Be careful, sir. I believe they're magically disguising themselves as furniture.
They're not here, you idiot! What do you mean they disguise themselves as furniture, dumbass? I let out a frustrated breath as I took a seat on a chair nearby. They launched a cloud of dust into the air. He was the last piece we needed. None of the other suspects had the means or motive to do this. He's probably long gone by now. It's over.
I'm sorry, Tyrion. You did everything you could, didn't you?
What do we do now? There has to be someone who knows where he is. A thought came to my head, but I didn't like it. Where's Tymora? There is one person who might know where he is.
What do you... Wait, you don't mean...
At this point, it's the only option we have.
Are you sure? You two aren't exactly...
I know, but I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of saving Arya. I wasn't looking forward to this, but at the same time, I was. It didn't matter. I had a job to do. The client came first, and she was the one who taught me that. The fireplace hadn't been lit in a while, but I could still see the burnt ashes of some documents. I never got a chance to look at this painting last time we were here. He looks like some kind of crime lord.
I think that's one of the previous eye takers. Back then, he had an even tighter grip on the criminal underbelly of Ratholm. People used to call him the Raging Storm.
Isn't Eye Taker already a nickname?
Look, sir, I don't come up with these names.
Fair enough. Several fantasy novels stacked on the desk. Eye Taker must have been a fan of the genre. Table where the Eye Taker sat. Thick layer of dust. See the back alley entrance. Eye Taker must use this to get a look of anyone approaching.
Repario Arcanum.
Nothing of intrigues. Alright, time to move. Timora Law Offices. We arrived at the office of Timora's law firm. Arya had told us she was still practicing. It was located in the lower districts. It honestly seemed kind of outplaced there from how pristine and clean it looked. A place like this belonged in the upper district where the nobles and merchants lived. But Timora needed her office to be closer to clients. They needed to know they had a place to turn to when the kingdom turned their back on them. I remember the first day I came to this office. I was starving and filthy. Looking back, it's a miracle I'd even made it here at all. It was the lowest point of my life, and she... Sir. After everything that had happened, I didn't feel ready. For the past month, everything I'd said to her was replaying in my mind. I wasn't thinking clearly, but a part of me meant everything that I'd said to her. Would I have said anything differently? I felt the familiar warmth of Celise's hand against mine. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Every moment of silence following that filled me with anxiety and dread.
I know who you think you are, but we...
She froze when she saw who her visitor was. Hey there. She looked completely frozen for a while, but her gaze lowered at the legion of knights flanking.
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. I drew in a sharp breath and just exhaled. Can we come in?
Yes, of course.
I took us inside her office, staying silent as I looked around. It hadn't changed at all. Even though they were my escorts, the knights felt like they were looming over the two of us. Hey, Celise, could you take the knights outside and do a perimeter of the building?
Wait, but... Are you sure?
I am.
But what if something happens?
Celise, we're in a populated building in the capital city of Wyverngard. I think I'll be fine.
No, but...
She stopped when I raised an eyebrow at her. I knew she was worried, but this was starting to get overbearing.
Sorry, you're right. I'll just...
With a motion of her hand, the knights followed her out of the office. She was the last one out the door. She looked at me before leaving. But after a while, she realized how long she'd been staring and quickly closed the door. It's about time. The sun had gone down. We only had a few hours left. There was a chair for guests. I used to sit here for hours while Timora would do the paperwork for clients. There's a bookshelf. There are several books about law and national history. I read a lot of these books front to back while studying to be an attorney. I even remember the time Celise tried to sneak a Death at Daggerfall book here. My mentor was furious. It's a painting of a noble.
Not quite. That's Eliza Tantivy. She was a common folk professor at the Imperial Academy. This portrait was commissioned by one of her noble patrons. Really just shows off their wealth, though. It doesn't celebrate anything noteworthy.
Why do you have this, son?
I like her, and she's a good reminder of what the common folk can accomplish.
Fair enough, I guess. Painting of some kind of pirate.
He was a pirate who was famous for ruthlessly destroying the ships of anyone who stood in his way. During the Great Luminite War, the Wyverngard Crown hired him as a privateer to protect Arnax from the Theocracy's navy.
He sailed near my hometown.
During the Great War, Arnax was a vital foothold for Wyverngard's navy. Unfortunately, he was captured by the Theocracy and executed for his crimes. I hear he gave them the runaround for 8 years before he was captured.
Repario Arcanum.
I can still use this. It's time to present everything I have.
It's your attorney's runestone.
You are the one that gave it to me.
Right.
Wasn't really the time to present. Oh, okay. Small talk.
Is McCoy okay? She's not being her usual self.
Yeah, she's just been overprotective lately. I don't really blame her.
What do you mean?
It's a long story, and I don't think I'm even allowed to talk about it, especially not with you. The last part came out with a lot more venom than I meant for. Another moment of silence followed. I received your letters.
Oh, did you?
I haven't gotten the chance to read them yet.
Of course. Whenever you're not busy.
Miss Simora, I trusted you.
I know.
I trusted you. I told you things about myself I'd never told anyone. And you told a criminal about it. It took me years before I was comfortable enough to even tell you about the Eye of Horus, and you knew that. Why would you pull me into this? Did you ever think I would go along with it? For a long moment, nothing came to her.
I had a son once. Before you, I mean.
What?
I wasn't always a city person. I used to live in an old farm town, just like McCoy's.
Wait, you lived in a village like that?
My son and I used to run an old tea shop, just the two of us. It's almost alien now that I think about it. I was really happy back then.
What happened?
One night, the ruling lord had too much to drink at the local tavern. He barged into our shop and started destroying it with his magic. My son tried to stop him, but... The Inquisition swept the entire case under the rug, obviously. They said the Lord Randall had felt threatened and acted in self-defense.
Her fist clenched in shudder at the thought. Even now, it looked like her rage would boil over at any moment. What was your son's name?
It was Ryan.
Oh.
I feel like all the color disappeared from the world. How could I find beauty in a world where my son could die so pointlessly? I tried to tell everyone about what Randall had done. I sent letters to his family. I visited his fellow nobles in the Arch cities. I even traveled to Rathdalm to personally talk to representatives from the House of Lords. That's when a retainer from House Sybil came into contact with me. I thought this was it. I thought someone had finally listened and Ryan would finally get justice. But when I met with them, they just gave me a sack of gold and told me to stop pushing the matter.
They wanted to pay you off.
Do you know what the worst part was? That retainer was just looking out for me. They told me that what the nobility was really like. Stories like what happened to my son were commonplace among them. No one ever spoke about it, but there was a silent understanding. Everyone I talked to, every noble that threw false sympathy at me, none of them actually cared. They thought they could pay me to let go. They gave me 100 gold coins. That's how much my son's life was worth to them. I decided I would take justice into my own hands. Wait, you didn't... No, I told myself that killing him would be too easy. I broke into Lord Randall's manor. I found every incriminating document I could find. I found everything, from records of illegitimate children to plots he was making against the other noble houses. I released everything to the public. It absolutely ruined him. That's when I realized there was a way to punish them. I didn't have to harm or kill anyone. I just had to beat them at their own game. I could use the laws I created as a weapon against them.
Just like an attorney.
Just like an attorney. When I realized that, I moved to the city and started studying law. I read every book there was to read about Wyvernguard's law, and I learned how to work the system. I started representing clients. It was nice to save people, but tearing those nobles down was what gave me life. I was on the warpath. I was acquitting more commoners than any other attorney in Wyvernguard. I felt invincible. That's when the Eye Taker reached out to me. He said he believed in my cause and wanted to help me. But it was obvious he just needed me for his enterprise. I turned him down.
How did he react to that?
He didn't do anything. He wasn't even angry. He just told me his offer would stay open. I continued my work, but as I started punching higher, the nobles got smarter and more influential. I was still winning, but the trials got closer and closer each time. I didn't care though. I thought no matter what happened, justice was on my side. But then I started losing. I thought I was par for the course. I told myself that I couldn't save everyone. But it kept happening over and over again. I kept seeing lives taken away. I kept seeing families shattered. I remember each and every one of their faces and names. I attended their executions because I was powerless to do anything else. The screams of despair of each of their families still keep me up at night.
Jesus.
I tried my best to carry that weight, but it got harder each time. And then Frey's trial happened. I've never met someone that remarkable before. She had this way of lifting your spirits. It didn't matter how much was burdening you. It was like magic.
Yeah, I remember.
But I failed her. I failed you. I never once blamed you for what happened. I know, but that doesn't change the fact that I couldn't acquit her. After execution, I couldn't bear to look at you. The child was broken. Forever shattered because I had too much pride to take help from a criminal. If I'd just done that, your mother would still be alive. I ran away from Arnex. I wanted to forget about you. But then you showed up at my doorstep, asking me to make you an attorney. I felt so alone and helpless. I wanted someone, anyone, to carry this burden with me. How apathetic must I have been to look for that in a grieving 10-year-old child? When I looked at you, all I wanted to see was myself. I saw a hurt and broken person who wanted to burn them to the ground. I never even tried to notice that you were nothing like me. You cared about people, and you cared about saving your clients. But I always thought that that's what would bring you to my side.
How could you possibly think that?
Because I thought you'd start losing too. I thought the justice system would break you. I hated myself for it, but I wanted you to fail so that you'd see the Eye Taker was the only way to win. Maybe you were right about me. Maybe I was just using you. I forced you to dedicate your life to my dream. If I really did care about you, I would never have pulled you into this.
I've been thinking a lot about what happened. I imagine what it would be like to have a helpless child show up on your doorstep like that. You're living your own life and fighting your own demons. I just thrust myself into that. I didn't give you much of a choice now, did I?
Cuthbert.
We both could have made better choices. You're right. I really don't know what it's like to lose. I'm able to see angles that no one else can, and that served me well. Most of the time, I just get lucky and things work out for me. You never had a prosecutor who went easy on you. You never had the Eye of Horus to show you what people were hiding. You fought by yourself, and I can't imagine how resilient you must have been to do that. But I still don't know if I can forgive you. I don't blame you, but I want to try. Miss Timora, I still want you to be in my life. Even if we don't always see eye to eye, the years I spent with you were just as precious to me as the times I had with my mother. She had to blink back a tear as I said that. She shook her head, annoyed.
Damn it, Tyrion. Why'd you have to go and say that?
Miss Timora.
No, stop calling me that.
What?
I want things to be different this time. I'm not your superior nor your mentor anymore. We're equals now. You don't answer to me, so call me by my first name.
Oh, okay. Ruby. Saying it felt really strange after all these years. Can I now present? Nope. The Eye Taker. Where is he? Right. I almost forgot the entire reason why I came here.
What is it?
I didn't just come here to reconcile. I actually need your help with something.
Okay.
I need you to help me speak to the Eye Taker.
Tyrion.
I know, considering the circumstances, it would probably strain your partnership with him even more.
Tyrion.
But if you just tell me where he is, I'll do my best to make sure it doesn't get traced back to you.
Tyrion, the Eye Taker is dead.
Yep, there it is. What?
He died right after you convicted Beatrice. He was lynched by a mob of civilians.
What?
Everyone's saying that must have been some sort of retaliation from House Freyga. Didn't you notice that he didn't send anyone after you?
But Eris said... Wait a minute. By the way, is your father still...
Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon.
Oh, thank you? Then why would Eris say that?
Eris.
You've met her before. She has a long black hair and she wears a black dress. I suppose she really likes black. But anyways, she's the Eye Taker's daughter.
Tyrion, the Eye Taker's daughter has red hair.
What? She was there when we spoke to him during Beatrice's trial.
That's what are you talking about? She was never at that meeting.
What? What's going on? She was clearly there. If it weren't for her intervention, the Eye Taker would have attacked at that very moment. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mageblight. She was controlled against her will, and her memories were overwritten. No.
Tyrion, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
Part of me really hoped I was wrong about this. Wait, no! Did you? There's only one explanation I could think of, but why? Why are you under one? Her memories seem intact, except for memories of Eris. Since her disappearance, I suspect that she may have been involved in this. Not only was she at the scene of the crime, but she went missing at the same time that Beatrice did. I never thought to ask one question. Who is Eris Ilmater?
What if?
Eris Ilmater is the Empress of Discord!
It's difficult to explain to someone like you, but warriors such as I must hone and develop our senses to survive in battle. Eventually, we develop the ability to sense hidden enemies and anticipate danger. I'd heard that such senses are heightened when in the presence of extraplanar entities. Until I met you and Beatrice Frega's familiar, I thought those stories were complete nonsense.
Tyrion, I fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life. But when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures even come close. I get this feeling like I'm in front of a predator that I couldn't ever hope to be. Every instinct I have tells me to run when she's close by. I'm terribly sorry. He's not usually like this. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always been able to see me for what I am.
There was still very little I knew about demons. So who was to say that one couldn't take the appearance of a human? It was a long shot, but there was one way to find out for sure.
Tyrion, talk to me. What's wrong?
Ruby, I'm about to do something stupid. If I fall into medical distress, I need you to call Celise and tell her to contact Lord Asclepius or the Archduke.
What?
There's no way either of them would get here in time, but it was already too late, and the trial will resume tomorrow. Eris Ilmater, wherever and whatever you are, by the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Ruby Tymora.
So, you finally figured it out, my dearest Tyrion.
Bingo. This entire time, I've been chasing you.
You have. It's been so entertaining watching you scramble around.
You've been making contracts with people across Wyverngard. You took control of Arya and Beatrice. Why? Why did you want to do any of this?
Oh, I can't possibly reveal all of my secrets. This isn't the proper stage to have our final battle.
You.
I suppose that you've come this far, so how about I give you a little gift?
Ruby's blood contract. Upon signing this contract, Ruby Tymora grants the Empress of Discord access to her memories. At any time, the Empress may view any and all of Tymora's memories. In addition to that, the Empress may instantaneously change and alter her memories whenever she wishes. It's signed with Ruby Tymora's name.
What was that?
Ruby, Eris Ilmater is a demon. And she's not just any demon, she's the Empress of Discord. And you signed a blood contract with her. That's why you can't remember anything about her.
What? Tyrion, I swear on my life that I didn't know anything about this.
Of course you don't. I know, she probably tricked you into signing this. Just like she tricked Arya.
What does Prosecutor Steelman have to do with this? Come on, you two. I know things are kind of tense, but there's no need to... What are you holding? It's that blood contract.
Celise, Eris is the Empress of Discord.
What?
It was her the entire time. She tricked Arya into signing a blood contract, and she used her and Beatrice to orchestrate the entire massacre.
What? Tyrion, this is crazy. I know I was scared of her that one time, but how could Eris be a demon? She looks nothing like Marnath.
I know how unbelievable it is, but I used my divine edict with her name. That wouldn't have worked unless she was a demon.
Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that.
We need to contact the Grand General immediately. But if she's really a demon, is it even possible to arrest her? It had already been a day. For someone like her, that would be more than enough time to skip town. Will you speak with the Archduke about this? Thank you, Ruby. You've helped us more than you could ever know.
Yeah, of course.
Celise, let's meet up with everyone. We need to discuss our next course of action.
Right.
Celise rushed out the door and began barking orders to the knights. I was about to follow her when Ruby pulled at my wrist.
Tyrion, have you been using the Eye of Horus lately?
Yeah. Can't say much about what I'm doing right now, but I am in the middle of a case.
It's just that...
What's wrong?
Never mind. I don't think it's my place to say anything. It's not as if it's my ability anyway. It's probably nothing.
Okay.
I know you can't tell me about what you're doing, and I have no idea what could possibly involve the Knights, Kingsguard, Steelwind, and this Empress of Discord. Just stay safe, okay? You're the only family I have left.
I will. I promise.
Thank you.
Finally found the lead I've been looking for, but I wasn't sure where this would take me. Who was Eris? What stake would she possibly have in the politics of Wyverngard? She not only impersonated the Eye Taker's daughter, she also pretended to be my friend. I was terrified what she was planning.
Is something wrong, Commander?
Don't play dumb with me. They told me what you really are. What's your game, demon? Why would you just deliver yourself to our doorstep?
Oh, Orem. I've put far too much work into this story to miss the final act. I can't wait to see how this ends.
You killed 3 nobles and enslaved an innocent girl. Is this all some kind of game to you?
That's exactly what this is to me. I'll admit, looking back, it does feel a bit derivative. But I think I've done enough to differentiate myself from those that came before. I even made sure to go over everything a second time.
You're insane.
That took you long enough to notice. I guess the Office Inquisition Commander does have some observational skills after all.
Whatever. You better just not try anything. You better not try anything.
You know, I can't lie. So I'll reassure you. I promise, I won't harm anyone while I'm in this prison. We're finally approaching the climax, Tyrion. No more deductions, no more talking, no more god-awful teasing. It's just me and you.
Just me and you son of a bitch. Let's end this. Eris Ilmater. I finally brought the Empress of Discord onto the stand. Even an ancient dragon looming behind her, she swore the same slightly amused expression she always had. Now that I thought about it, I could never really glean that much emotion from her. What really lay behind those vacant eyes of hers? Now that I knew the truth, it felt as if I were looking at a doll being puppeted around.
Hello, Your Lordship. I think this is the first time we've met like this. You're a lot smaller than I expected.
Even your titles changed properly now.
Who is this woman? Why have they brought a civilian before the scaled lord?
People of the court, until now we've known this woman as Eris Ilmater. Ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only knew that Arya Steelwyn signed a blood contract with the Empress of Discord. We still knew very little about this demon. We didn't even fully understand who they were. But we know the truth now. People of the Wyvern Guard nobility, the woman on the witness stand isn't a civilian. She is the demon known as the Empress of Discord. Her form is that of a human. Using this disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral posing as Beatrice Frega's guide. She then aided the patron by using Beatrice Frega to aid Arya Steelwyn's massacre members of the nobility.
Objection!
Why are we continuing with this? She's already admitted to taking part in the massacre. Let's force her to tell us who the patron is and be done with this.
How typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all of his problems with violence. But let me ask you this. Why are you assuming that the patron is human?
What?
In Arya's contract, it says that the patron is the individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm not that individual? I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them.
If what you're saying is true, then that makes this a simpler matter. We simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom.
If you destroy my body, I'll simply reform in the abyssal hells. You're always trying to protect her, Lucio. But all you ever do is hurt her. Everything is about duty with you. You expected your duty to save Arya at the cost of your wife. How did that work out for you?
How dare!
You couldn't bear the way she looked at you after that, could you? That terrified look in her eyes must have felt like a knife in the heart each day. She had no one. She was alone, save for her unrequited affections for a man who would never look her way. Do you think arranging that marriage for them would ever atone for beheading her mother?
Eris, stop this!
All you did was find a new way to make her suffer. I must commend you. You make a great demon. Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. Killing me won't save your daughter, and you don't have the means to confine me.
What?
But I suppose there's one possible way to end my contract.
What? What is it?
My contract will bind Arya Steelwyn to the patron so long as they both live. If you truly want to free your daughter from my control, all you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery.
You little wretch! I will hunt you until the end of... Enough of this! Lucio, don't indulge her. We brought her here for a reason.
I just don't understand, Eris. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble. You're not even a citizen of Wyvern Guard. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this?
Tyrion, why are you here?
What?
Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you try to seek justice in a clearly unjust world?
I don't know. It's just what I've always done.
The answer's simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people. You fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... Does it feel good, Tyrion? To know that you're the only righteous person in an unjust society? When you succeed, you'll be hailed as a hero. And if you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. That superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. Your divine blood makes it so. You just can't resist giving into it. That's not... Just as your divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make each and every one of your faces contort in agony and despair.
So you're just a monster through and through.
Humanity is a stain in the universe, Tyrion. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are. And I despise those who try to pretend that they're anything different.
I truly pity you if that's all you see in us.
Oh, so now it's us. Heaven has always condemned beings like me, all while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realized that humanity would never willingly choose good or evil, so they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. It's so self-gratifying that it makes me want to puke.
That's what the Heavensborn are?
It is, and I've made it my eternal mission to break them and send them back to their creators in pieces. I throw them into the deepest pit of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's been no greater joy in my eternal life. And it took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion.
No, are you saying...
You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair in your face when you realized the truth. Tyrion.
No.
Objection!
That's enough out of you, you witch.
Lucio?
Cuthbert, I gave you an order under threat of execution, and yet you still falter.
What are you...
No matter who lies before you, cut them down. I will not accept defeat without a proper fight from you. Or a few empty words enough to force a retreat from you? Is that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert?
If Eris was a patron, there was very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice's, as her blood contract was short and concise. But what kind of attorney would I be? No. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't see this through? Eris, we didn't call you here to talk about philosophy. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either give us your testimony or get out.
Even now, you're still undeterred. I really do love that about you. But I do wonder how long that will last.
Let's end this.
It's true. I was the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Frege to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. And through the actions of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. The only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make them suffer. And before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone.
Your testimony is pretty thorough.
Of course, I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it would be best to be as detailed as possible. That way there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion?
She may not have technically lied, but she wasn't here to act in good faith. Alright, come on. It's true, I was the one who masterminded this. So you completely carried out this plan yourself.
Well, I clearly had the help of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, so I wasn't truly acting alone.
You know what I meant.
Yes, I just can't help myself sometimes. To state things plainly, no human willingly helped me with my plan that day.
I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Frege to allow me to accompany her. How did you find out about it? It was supposed to be a closely guarded secret.
Oh, Tyrion, I can't tell you all my secrets now, can I?
It wasn't as if I could charge her with perjury. I just had to play along with her games. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. That ability of yours is dreadful.
Thank you for noticing.
That wasn't a compliment. I find it all quite sickening how you demons prey on people.
Prey? People know what they're signing up for when they sign a contract with a demon. You can hardly blame me for collecting what was freely offered.
Please, we both know that Arya didn't knowingly or willingly sign that contract.
Aren't you just assuming that?
What?
How do you know that she didn't knowingly sign a contract with me?
My client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Eris.
Really? What if I were to threaten her dearest fiancé? You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point.
If that's true, then tell us under what circumstances Arya signed the contract. Through the actions of Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. Why are you using their full names?
You know I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referred to another Steelwind or another Frege that I've enthralled. That list is very long, you know.
Anyways, aside from Pierce, von Sanctus and Sybil were key members of the Wyvern Guard nobility. What reason could you possibly have to kill the three of them?
I didn't.
What?
I didn't have a reason to kill them. I just happened to facilitate their deaths.
No, but you specifically went after them.
I did, but I didn't have any particular reason to do so.
But that doesn't make any sense.
I suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like me to add that to my testimony?
What?
It would help you, wouldn't it?
Yes, I suppose. We've already established that Pierce was killed due to his knowledge of Celise's parentage. How could you possibly have no motivation to see them dead?
Aren't you just assuming that?
I'm not. That's the only logical conclusion.
And that's where you made your mistake. You're assuming that I act logically.
Every murder I investigate had followed some kind of logic. But Eris was a different beast entirely. For all I knew, she could have done this all for the fun of it. My only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer.
Is something wrong, Tyrion? I went to all this trouble to get your attention. The least you could do is appreciate it.
Objection!
Enough. Stay on the subject, witness.
I'm not complaining about this, but if you really wanted to make me suffer, why wouldn't you just go after the people close to me?
Oh, but what would be the fun in that? Killing people is such an easy task to accomplish. Even a child can do it. It's like cooking a meal. You need to let all the ingredients marinate to get something truly delectable.
Aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone. Why do you find the need to specify that?
To leave less room for doubt. Beatrice used an indirect order to feign innocence in your previous trial, didn't she?
Wait, did you work together with anyone to facilitate the massacre?
Of course I did. I worked together with Beatrice Frege and Arya Steelwind.
You know what I meant, Eris.
My apologies, I just can't help myself sometimes. I was acting of my own free will. I didn't have a contract with anyone to facilitate any of those murders.
She technically couldn't lie, but she was clearly hiding something in her words. Instead of examining the wording of her statements, I need to focus on what she was clearly trying to imply with each statement. Oh, dear. Knew about the King's Funeral of the Grand Cathedral, so forced Beatrice Frege to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contacts, extracts with them to compel, facilitate the deaths. I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly as possible. Wait, no. Hang on. Then what about Pierce?
Objection!
That doesn't add up. Eris, you said you needed Arya to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible. But that's not exactly what happened, did it?
Yes, it appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated.
That's not what I was referring to.
Oh?
You said that you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. But that doesn't really match with what happened to Garrick Pierce, does it?
Is that so?
Why'd she look so pleased with herself? Eris, unlike the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It would only make sense if you were trying to hide the evidence, but that clearly wasn't your intent.
I agree. So why would I do that?
For the love of God, can you stop speaking in riddles?
I have no love for any god aside from myself.
She's behaving differently from the way she did during her testimony. She's finally started being vague. I need to stick to the facts that I knew for certain. In her testimony, she said the following.
I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically. I just need Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible.
She could have been trying to mislead me. Which phrase did Eris use to mislead me? No, considering who she was definitely trying to mislead me. Was it to kill my victims? Small called Marnath. Eris, which of the people in this case were your victims?
Considering what happened, you could say that everyone at the cathedral that day was my victim.
Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice Frege or Arya Steelwind? You're hiding something, aren't you?
If that's what you think, it's definitely possible.
Again with the vague answers. Why did she even agree to testify in the first place? There was nothing any of us could threaten her with. She could have easily disappeared. She never had to come here. Which means that she wanted to come here, but why? Just tell me, Eris, who killed Lloyd Von Sanctus?
Arya Steelwind.
Who killed Coraline Sybil?
Arya Steelwind.
And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent?
Demon, who killed Garrick Pierce?
I refuse to answer.
She was doing this on purpose. In her own obnoxious way, she was trying to guide me to truth, but for what purpose? Was Arya not the one who killed Pierce? But who did that? Eris, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you?
Who knows? I never confirmed nor denied that.
What kind of game are you playing?
I knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to have been completely random. Who is the patron, Eris? Who is responsible for all of this? You want me to find the truth. So why are you staying silent?
And what would be the fun in that?
She wanted me to find out the truth. That meant I already had the evidence I needed to do so.
You felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you felt a nagging feeling in the back of your mind, haven't you?
What? How did you...
But even with the eye of a god, you're still blinded by your human sentimentality. So think through it carefully. Who killed Garrick Pierce that day?
Okay, I need to think through this. I let everything else disappear from the world. I needed to look at each of the pieces and where they lay on the board. Eris wasn't the patron. That meant that someone else was controlling Arya's actions. But they still coordinated with Eris, who had control of Beatrice. In an extremely roundabout way, Eris admitted that Arya was used to kill Von Sanctus and Sybil. When the patron killed those two, they were able to effectively counter every magical defense that it brought up. What do I already know about the patron to the first two murders? They knew Von Sanctus still needed oxygen in his force cage, and they knew Sybil could still drown if she was frozen by cold creature and affected by stone skin.
Maybe.
They were well versed in using magic lethally. Yeah.
So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively.
Who? But something was different about Garrick Pierce. Eris implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. So did the patron kill him personally? But why? They already had control of Arya. I would imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide their own involvement. Did they become impatient because Celise was holding her ground against Arya? No, Beatrice would already be able to slip past them. Was Arya able? That was how she knocked me and Pierce out with a sleep spell at 2:30. Why didn't Eris use Beatrice to kill Pierce? If the patron was coordinating with Eris, she could have easily had Beatrice kill Pierce.
Maybe.
Why they killed Pierce? There's one possible explanation for why they killed Pierce personally. They wanted to kill Pierce personally, whoever the real murderer here is. Does that mean Pierce's murder was more emotionally driven than the other two? That might explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived.
My actions that day were for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair in your face when you realized the truth.
The truth. She wanted me to piece it together. At first I thought she was trying to blame me for what happened, but if that were true, she still wouldn't be here. There's something else that she wanted me to realize, all to throw me into despair somehow. Through the way that the patron controlled Arya, they were creative and skilled at using magic. They must have been constantly exposed to situations where they encountered spells in all of their instructions. They also personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. Going by what I knew, Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing that blood contract. So whoever did this must have the strength to threaten her, or they were deeply trusted by her. In addition to that, they must have been close to the prayer room before the attack happened. And lastly, they must have had a personal grudge against Garrick Pierce. No. Please don't say I'm right. Please don't say I'm right. What? No, that's not... But it's where all the clues led me. Who did Eris make contract with? Oh, it can't be! That's not... Eris wanted me to suffer, but I owed it to Arya to not run away from this. No. I owed it to everyone in Wyvern to see this through. It's her. Why? Stop it. It has to be someone else. She would never... No matter how much I wanted to, I couldn't think of anyone else. Who else would Eris have chosen? Damn it. Damn it! My scream of pure rage echoed throughout the temple. I was giving Eris exactly what she wanted, but I didn't know what else to do.
What is this? Is everything okay?
Tyrion, are you...
I looked at her. We both remained silent, a shared understanding of the truth.
There it is. You've realized it, haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long.
What are you talking about? I demand an explanation. Miss Cuthbert, what have you discovered?
Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. I issue your divine edict right now.
I wanted to be wrong. I've never wanted anything more in my entire life. Nothing would make me happier than having this edict fail, even if it cost me my life. I knew. I finally realized what had happened. Barely muttered my next words. Eris Ilmater. Empress of Discord.
Tyrion Cuthbert, attorney of the Arcane.
By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with...
Say it. Say her name so that everyone can hear it.
Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Celise McCoy. Fuck. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celise McCoy. Henceforth, Celise McCoy's soul shall be eternally bound to the abyssal hells. As a part of her servitude, Celise McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. And lastly, it is stipulated that Celise McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Afterward, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. I died.
Tyrion, I'm sorry,
What the hell is going on? Demon, what is the meaning of this?
It's exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time.
Why?
Miss McCoy, did you sign a blood contract with the Empress of Discord?
I did. It was the only thing that would save Tyrion.
What?
I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Eris. Beatrice's illusions were too much for me. They broke past me and ran to the prayer room. But the person they killed wasn't Pierce, it was you. Tyrion, you...
She couldn't even bring herself to say it.
Do you realize now, Tyrion?
Stop it!
Celise McCoy was the last person you had that hadn't betrayed you, and she signed away her soul to me. All so that she could save you. Why the somber look, Lucio? Weren't you going to execute the patron the moment you knew they were?
McCoy, does this mean what I think it means?
Yes. I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing the blood contract.
What? How could you?
I was so stupid. When I made that deal with her, I didn't expect her to...
She used a contract that makes you act against your will.
So it wasn't just Miss Stewart and Miss Schrager who were controlled that day.
You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. You can't kill me, so there's only one solution to free your daughter.
Indeed.
What?
Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After the lengths you've gone for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her.
No.
Lucio, we can't act rashly.
I'll let you all in one little demonic secret. It doesn't matter if you can find her within a prison. The patron will be able to take control of Arya no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free from my control. Do it.
What? What are you saying?
I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have just come forward and admitted what I did, but I just kept pulling on to the hope that it was all some kind of trick. I prayed and prayed for the patron to be someone else. Tyrion, I was hoping you'd find something that would prove that somehow all this wasn't my fault.
I finally found the culprit I've been looking for, and it was absolutely breaking me. That nagging feeling I've been experiencing, it was my absolute trust in Celeste. Actually, it still hadn't gone away. That uneasiness is still there.
I suppose there's no reason to continue with this.
Wait!
I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert, but even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over, and I will not allow this demon to control my daughter any longer.
You can't just...
Look, Kingsguard, restrain him.
Wait!
Lucio!
That's enough.
Arya, please!
What kind of court is this?
Arya leapt from the platforms above and landed right into the witness stand. She kicked Eris out of the way, something that even caught her off guard.
Arya, I'm so sorry. Celeste McCoy is innocent until proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on her until that is unequivocally proven.
You fool! What are you doing? It's your...
How dare you, Grand General?
What?
How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and who dies? You aren't even a real prosecutor. You're just a child playing at the law.
Lucio just stood there, eyes wide and bewildered. He stammered for a bit but said nothing. Damn.
And you, Tyrion, how can you just stand there?
Me?
You're Celise's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her until your last breath?
I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away because of my own personal feelings. I almost put you at risk. I need to approach this objectively.
Tyrion, hell with that.
Huh?
Justice may be blind, but I will not allow it to be rendered heartless. Not as long as I'm here. You mean the world to her. She can sign her very soul to hell to protect you. If you abandon her when she needs you most, then you don't deserve her. Tyrion,
The prosecutor is right. We were all being cowards. Me, Lucio, even Celeste. We all just wanted to run into the inevitable to save us the pain. Celeste, can you testify about what happened?
What? But...
Arya's right. We need to do this properly.
I agree, and I will not pass judgment until we determine exactly what happened. Fine, do as you wish. But the moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what is necessary. Very well. Miss McCoy, please take to the stand.
Celeste.
Tyrion,
Witness, please testify about what you did that day.
Okay.
There's gotta be more.
The truth is that Eris rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for a meeting, and that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room. After that, Beatrice killed you. I didn't know what to do. That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize that she used my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back.
That nagging feeling was still there.
Well, on with it then. Begin your cross-examination, Cuthbert.
I'm gonna save you, Celeste. Don't worry. Eris rewrote your memories. What? What are we at?
Truth is that Eris rewrote your memories, Tyrion.
She rewrote my memories?
I didn't realize it until after you woke up and gave your statement to the Inquisition. She must have changed your memories when she resurrected you.
Hi, Ludlow. I think we're gonna be beating this game today, so oh boy, and the pain is Eris had the power to take control of people against their will, and she clearly had the power to bring people back from the dead. If that were true, could I even trust my own memories? We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for our meeting, and that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. Right, I suppose you didn't have control of Arya until then. Does that mean you never even fought her?
I had to create an alibi.
Celeste, the Inquisition arrested her because of your testimony.
The testimonies of Prince Alaric and the High Speaker also implicated her. Miss Tywin also knew she was compromised due to finding the purple mark in her pocket. I'm sure things would have ended the same regardless of her testimony.
What did Freyga and that demon do when you found them, McCoy? They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room. After that, Beatrice killed you. How'd they trick you so easily?
When I went to see what was going on, I only saw Eris and Beatrice standing over the guards' bodies. They acted like someone else had killed them. Then they lied to me and said that they wanted to go into the prayer room for protection. Beatrice used an illusion to distract me. That's when she...
How did Beatrice kill me?
She hit you with some kind of necromancy spell, but it didn't visibly wound you. When I checked your body, it was already cold. Your heart was stopped. I think she used necrotic blight.
So that was why Lord Asclepius said I had traces of necromancy on me. She must have lied about trying to heal me as well. What did you do after I died? I didn't know what to do. That's when Eris told me that she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I'm sure that was her goal from the very beginning. She wanted you to make a deal with her, also she can make me suffer.
Tyrion, I'm so...
Stop. Just don't. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. How could you possibly think that was okay? Oh dear.
I knew it was wrong, but I just couldn't... I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do.
There will be plenty of time to discuss this privately, Mr. Cuthbert.
I didn't realize she'd use my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. Right, that part was written in a slightly misleading way. She must have thought that the Empress would whisk her away to serve her in hell, but she instead took control of her immediately after. You should have known better than to trust a demon. How did Eris make you trick Arya into signing the blood contract?
She made me tell Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contracts to make it look like a request for an appeal. And since Pierce was originally convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes.
After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. How could you think I'd ever want that, Celeste?
I knew you wouldn't want this, but it just wasn't fair. Why should a person like him get to live instead of you? It wasn't an easy choice. It was an easy choice. I don't care if you hate me after this. Even now, I would still make that same choice.
I don't hate... I couldn't let my emotions get out of hand. I need to focus on the case for now.
Perhaps we should stay focused on what happened for now.
She wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this, but why did I feel like something she said didn't match up with the evidence I had? Is it really something for me to present? I am admittedly kind of using a guide here to help me out, because there's so much evidence at this point that if I try and solve it by myself and I'm getting too invested and I want to see what goes on.
Objection!
Celeste, according to you, we heard a commotion at 1:40 p.m. You went out to investigate, and that's when you saw Eris and Beatrice.
Yeah, I lied about all my fighting against Arya. I never even fought her.
If that were true, how could I explain this discrepancy? I couldn't trust my own memories, but Leifa, Miriam, and Lazarick shouldn't have been affected. The thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence.
Really? I was pretty sure of the time. We were supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45 p.m.
Wait, what did you just say?
Our meeting with Pierce, it was scheduled for 1:45 p.m.
What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert?
Celeste, your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match with what we've learned so far.
What? But I swear I'm not lying.
Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you saw them at 1:40 p.m. But Leifa, Miriam, and Lazarus didn't lose track of them until 2 p.m.
What? When did they say that?
You were there with me when we spoke to them.
I know, I was paying really close attention. I need to see how close you were to find the truth. So why can't I remember?
She couldn't remember. Her memories. Which physical piece of evidence contradicts? The letter, right? Celeste, this letter from Garrick Pierce told us to meet him in the prayer room at 2 p.m.
What?
Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is a different thing entirely. We don't know the full extent of her capabilities. Can we really rule that out? You were unconscious. Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings. At that point, anything was possible, and we knew too little about Eris's abilities to say for sure. But if Lucio was right, Eris could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crimes. She could have manipulated the crime scenes however she wished. If she had done so, there would have been illogical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed as the patron, every piece of evidence I found out or deduced had been logically consistent. Contradictions in what Celeste is saying could be explained by Eris changing several elements of the crime. What explains Celeste's contradicting memories? But there was a far simpler.
What if?
She changed the memories. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. If she can manipulate my memories, what's to say that she's not manipulating your memories right now?
I guess that's possible, but why would she need to even bother doing that?
She wouldn't need to do that unless she still had something to hide. Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide? Whatever it is important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait, if that's true, that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know.
But even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control of my mind.
That doesn't matter. It's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. If you keep testifying, she'll keep changing your memories and tell more lies. No! Celeste?
It's really obnoxious how persistent you are.
What?
Why can't you all just give up already?
That's you, isn't it, Eris?
Unfortunately, your little interrogation ends here.
King Tut, what are you doing? Destroy Ilmater's body!
Too late, Lucio. I win.
No!
Celeste?
Damn it all!
Eris, what did you do to her?
I put her to sleep, just like I did with Beatrice.
You...
Why would you do such a thing, demon?
What do you mean? I did it all for the same reason I do anything. What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love in an eternal sleep?
You could have just done that from the beginning, though.
We can't extract any information from her like this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know is Celeste.
Ever since I discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility has been floating around in my mind. But was it even possible? No. That didn't even matter. Eris Ilmater.
What is it?
What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract?
Assuming there's anything to even dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. And I don't think you fully understand what that means.
Lucio.
What is it?
You mentioned where Ruby Timora's law office is.
They do.
You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish this off on my behalf.
Wait,
Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye to her in person.
you're not serious, are you? I am among the eldest evils who have ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract.
No. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord.
Wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct?
By the Eye of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute your blood contract with Celeste McCoy.
I'll state plainly then. There will be no room for doubt.
Celeste McCoy's contract was written without flaw. I don't care.
What?
Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I ever face her again if I didn't do the same for her?
You're insane! You're just risking death for nothing!
Why are you so nervous?
Maybe this is pointless, but I will never stop fighting for her.
Stop this!
Too bad. Once you pass this point, you will not be able to save your game for a while. This recommend you make a save file. Let's end this.
I've killed people. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it, a little too good. I never felt the uneasiness they all mention, not even once. Maybe I'm some kind of unfeeling monster. You can solve a murder easily, but you're kind of hopeless when it comes to people's hearts, even with the Eye of Horus. You never treated me any differently. At first I thought it's because you didn't see the real me. But then I realized that you were the one who saw me the most. You made me feel like I was the best version of myself. Solving murders with you, walking around Ratholm together, even just talking to you, I feel at home when I'm with you. It was always my job to protect you, but you were the one that always made me feel safe. You brought light into my world. You've done the same for so many others. You could have done great things. You could have spent your entire life shining brighter. I really don't understand. Why would you throw it all away?
It's good to see you too.
Ow! What was that for? You know what's for, you jerk. Do you know what I had to go through just to get you back?
What else was I supposed to do? Should I just let you die?
Yes, that's exactly what you should have done. It's a lot better than gambling with your life.
I was never going to go along with that. Do you even know me?
Oh my god, this is why I couldn't tell you the truth. I knew you'd do something stupid like this.
Well, we're both stuck together now in hell, so who cares? You know, I always get the truth in the end. All you did was make that process extremely frustrating.
I could have gone away with it.
You can't even beat me at chess. How are you going to hide a murder from me? She scouted me. She couldn't find a response. You... Then the anger slowly drained from her face.
Tyrion, I killed Pierce.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I can excuse that. I think a lot of people can excuse that. I know.
He was gonna be executed in 1 month anyway, and what was his life when compared to yours? But when I looked at him just lying there unconscious, I felt something welling up inside me.
What?
I wanted to experience a fraction of the fear and the pain that my dad felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. So
It's least.
You must hate me, don't you? Why couldn't you just let me die?
I've been thinking a lot about these cases over the last few months. I thought Pierce was pure evil, Von Sanctus too, but I started to realize that the world can be really cruel sometimes. They may have chosen to be awful people, but it's not as if the system gave them any reason to stop. Theodore Redmond thought he was killing someone evil. Beatrice had everything taken from her, so she tried to take it back no matter the cost. Even Ruby. She only worked with criminals because of what the nobility was capable of. I haven't stopped thinking about what Von Sanctus almost did to my hometown. If his plan had succeeded and I knew about it, I might have. Sleece, you were manipulated and tempted by demons just like they were.
You don't hate me then?
You are and always will be extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you.
Tyrion,
I won't abandon you. No matter where you go, we're going there together.
Tyrion, we might be heading to a pretty bad place. Well, I'm not one to celebrate victory prematurely. But if you're already admitting defeat, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Eris.
Hey, well, at least we'll be trapped together.
I can't believe you brought me here. I will never hear the end of this from my father.
Where are we?
The courtroom of the gods. The place where truth and reality are determined. The court of Azathoth. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I can still send you back.
I knew it.
What?
I didn't come here without a plan. I know something. That sadistically playful demeanor had been cracking since we brought Sleece onto the stand. You're nervous, aren't you? There's a reason why you didn't want to bring me here. You didn't want me to bring you here, and I'm gonna find out what.
Your persistence was endearing at first, but now it's just irritating. I suppose we'll just have to do this the hard way then. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Let's end this.
You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify my contract is to unequivocally prove that its conditions weren't fulfilled. Sleece McCoy's contract was written without flaw. So says the words of Asmodeus.
Asmodeus?
By his word, humans are incapable of speaking lies. This is my domain, Heavensborn.
Your contract may be without flaw, but that doesn't mean we can't negotiate its terms. It doesn't matter if your contract is perfect. I'm not leaving here until you relinquish Sleece's soul. If disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they're not omniscient. If disputing a blood contract were truly impossible, then there would be no need for this court to exist. So you know too. Demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. They can't possibly be aware of contradicting circumstances that may be created when they make a contract. You're hiding something. Something that you desperately need to keep hidden.
Oh, really now?
You try to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste's memories, but the contradiction in her testimony proves one thing. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 p.m. at the earliest.
Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Leifa Freyga, yes? How are you so sure that her testimony is reliable?
It's supported by the testimonies of Miriam and Lord Asclepius. They were all together at the time. Their testimony is sound.
Oh, really? Looks like you've made a contradiction.
What?
Leifa Freyga, Miriam Freyga, and Lazarus Asclepius encountered an illusion. And that illusion makes their testimonies unreliable. So says the word of Asmodeus.
What? An illusion? What kind of illusion?
Who knows? My statement still stands.
You can't just expect us to accept your claims without any evidence.
I can't speak lies, Tyrion. The immutable fact is all the evidence I need. In this court, the only thing that matters is what is true and what is false, and the word of Asmodeus says that Leifa's testimony is unreliable.
She could just say whatever she wanted without having to provide any context. But she only said that Leifa was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. What else proves that Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? And was there something else that proved Leifa didn't begin her research until 2? There was. Present the trapped king. Regardless of when it happened, Leifa and her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. Do you confirm or deny that?
I won't deny it.
Perfect. Whoever set that trap, they said it to trigger whenever Aster approached his father's body, and it did trigger until 2 p.m. Leifa and her party were about to search for Beatrice, but when the Kingsguard informed them of what happened, the Kingsguard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Leifa was about to begin her search when this happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until then.
You're predicating now on the testimony of the king.
Not just him, Eris. Several members of the Kingsguard witnessed this.
True, and that's how I'll respond with this. An activated force cage did not trap Asterday Wyvernguard during or after 1:50 p.m. So says the words of Asmodeus.
But how? The testimony came from multiple people. Are you trying to say that the trap was sprung earlier than that?
Don't you remember, Tyrion? I can manipulate the memories of people who have a blood contract with me, but I'll give you a little clue. The Empress of Discord made contracts with multiple Knights of the Kingsguard. So says the word of Asmodeus.
What?
I tamper with their memories. You can't trust their accounts of what happened.
How many people did you make contracts with?
The Lady Steel one has been investigating my work for the last few months. But I've had my talons in my regard for far longer than that. I've been preparing for this for quite some time.
But even the Kingsguard.
No one is safe from temptation. Everyone has a price. Your girlfriend should know that better than anyone.
Still, there has to be something. I still have more evidence.
Oh, really? Whose testimony will we be relying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of what you have is based on eyewitness accounts.
Even so, you can't possibly make a contract with everyone.
Let's check that again, shall we? It's possible I have a blood contract with everyone present during the massacre. So says the word of Asmodeus. Are you kidding me?
But you only said that. But you only said it's possible. You never said that it actually happened.
You're the one disputing my contract, Tyrion. The burden of proof is on you.
That's completely ridiculous. How could I possibly verify a statement like that?
It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who was at the cathedral. You know he can't do that. That sounds more like your problem than mine. Nothing to say, Tyrion? Isn't this the part where you present some groundbreaking piece of evidence?
As long as her statement stood, I had to doubt every piece of testimony I gathered. Everyone at the cathedral could have been compromised, except Aster. I know he doesn't have a blood contract with you.
I suppose you're right. So you're going to use his testimony. He couldn't observe much from within that force cage. Do you understand now? You were never meant to win this game, but I suppose I should be thankful to you for entertaining me this long. This is the most fun I've ever had, and I truly mean that.
Tyrion, come on, there had to be something I could use. All the testimony I gathered could potentially be more lies created by her.
Tyrion, you have to say something.
My strength was fading. The divine light inside me was dimming. I could feel the weight of her presence dragging me to the ground.
This has always been a contest of willpower, and it looks like you were found lacking. No!
I recalled what happened during Beatrice's trial. I wasn't sure if it was a dream or something else, but I heard my mother's voice. Mom, Please. I need your help. Please, just tell me what to do. I heard nothing back. I knew this was a long shot, but I was still holding out hope. However, Eris was a being who wrapped herself in layers upon layers of lies. She had the power to make me doubt everything. The witness testimonies, even the physical evidence I possessed, could be a fabrication. How could I possibly argue against someone like that? It's not fair. It's not fair, Miss Timora. They're not even bothering to investigate the crime properly.
Well, of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit that my client is innocent.
How are you so calm right now? Is this what it's always like? How are you supposed to win like this? They can just keep changing the narrative however they want.
They can, and that's exactly how I'll beat them.
What?
Look, Cuthbert, almost every part of the system is against us. But there's one advantage we have over the prosecution, and that's pure and objective logic.
Logic?
Tyrion, the prosecutor does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, they call witnesses, and they use those pieces to create conclusions. They create a box and throw a bunch of facts into it. They tell the court that everything within that box is a truth. And conversely, that makes everything outside of it all a lie.
How does that help us?
You point out contradictions in their case. That makes them throw more and more facts into that box to keep their case consistent. But if even one fact in the box is false, the entire thing falls apart.
But surely they'll realize what they're doing. What if they play dumb and refuse to add anything to this box?
Well, you can force them to.
What?
You can present your own truths, and you force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. By doing that, you decide the terms of the battle. You control what goes in the box.
I don't know if I'll ever get the hang...
I don't know if I'll ever get the hang of it.
Don't worry, you've always been a sharp kid. I know you'll do great things. So don't give up.
Eris's last statement hinged on the time that Beatrice disappeared. She could only change Beatrice's memory to make her think everything happened earlier, which could only mean one thing. Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m.
What was that?
I said...
Objection!
Winged! Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m. There we go. So says the word of Horus.
What?
I felt myself filled with the radiant power of Horus. It was the same sensation I felt in the Heraldson's Gallery last month. I could feel the divine light of the upper plane spreading through me.
Tyrion, you have wings.
Wait, really? I spun around slowly, only catching glimpses of the golden wings that sprouted from my back. I didn't even notice it, but my feet weren't even touching the ground anymore.
Will, where'd you learn how to do that?
I just chuckled.
What could be so goddamn funny?
You know, I've been wondering something, and it's been bothering me for a while now. If demons like Marnoth existed, then surely angels did as well. They couldn't be the only person left to stand in your way. There had to be someone out there who could stop you, an immortal angel, a holy warrior, something. I'm a defense attorney, for crying out loud. I'm not qualified to fight a demon.
That's right, you wretch. I have lived 1,000,000 of your pathetic lifetimes. I am a god.
Yeah, you are. I don't see any angels or paladins rushing in to help us, so I guess I'll just have to do. And this is my skill set. Man, king, or god, you're not leaving here with Sully's soul. What? What happened? Sleece!
I'm here. So you've so graciously bared your soul to me. Perhaps I should respond in kind.
Show yourself.
I am the Lord of Shavos, sovereign of the Sixth Circle. I am the question that gnaws at every answer. I am the creeping blight, feeding off the arrogant as they crumble from within. I am.
Here we go. Eris Ilmar, the Empress of Discord.
So says the word of Asmodeus. What is that thing? Did you two honestly think my true form was that of a teenage girl? No, I am older than time itself. It feels liberating to break free from that weak mortal shell. So
this is what you really look like. It suits you.
why, thank you.
Doesn't matter what form you take. Whatever you are, I'm taking Sleep's soul back.
Kick her ass, Tyrion. Come then. Let me carve out your souls and mount them in the fields of Malborg.
Let's fate challenged! I need to be careful. I was bound by the same rules as her now. I couldn't tell lies in this form, even accidentally. Why don't we pick up where we left off? I've established that Beatrice didn't go missing until 2 p.m. I wonder, why would you go to so much trouble to make me doubt that? When she gave her testimony, Celise said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40 p.m. But from the axiom I declared, I knew Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m. Why did Eris change Celise's memories? Eris clearly changed Celise's memories, but for what purpose?
Maybe.
Eris needed Celise to believe the events that occurred earlier. I believe you need Celise to think that the events occurred much earlier. Staying quiet. That won't work this time.
Objection!
Celise McCoy remembered the attack occurring much earlier than it actually did. So says the word of Horus. Nothing to say. You can't stay quiet forever. Foolishness.
I didn't think I need her to think that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened.
That may be, but you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celise's memories. So says the word of Horus. The murder of Von Sanctus.
Objection!
It was the death of Lloyd Von Sanctus. You need Celise to think that she signed the contract much earlier than 2 p.m. That's because Lloyd Von Sanctus' death occurred at 2:05 p.m. Which would imply that you killed me, convinced Celise to sign a contract, and made Celise trick Arya into signing another contract. All in the span of 5 minutes. If that's true, then could it be possible that Celise isn't the patron?
What?
It's the only logical conclusion. The timeline is far too short. Even if you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Eris?
Your desperation is almost pitiful. I'll respond so that there's no room for doubt. Celise McCoy was the person who gave Arya Steelwind that blood contract. So says the word of Asmodeus. I knew it. Is something wrong? I know the truth is hard to accept sometimes, but Celise did betray Arya's trust.
She always spoke in technicalities. I couldn't take that claim at face value. This could also be a trick. I could declare outright that Celise wasn't the patron, but if I was wrong about that, I'd most definitely die. First, I would need to assume that Celise wasn't the patron. What would logically follow from that? Why would Celise hand Arya a blood contract? If Celise wasn't the patron, the contract would have already been signed. And I already concluded that the blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. I recalled something happening before we entered the prayer room. What was it?
Maybe.
Arya dropped the contract in front of Celise. As she scared away, I saw something fall off her pocket. It was a runestone.
Oh, Arya, you dropped something.
As Celise went to pick it up, she accidentally activated it. That's right. An image of some evidence appeared for a brief moment, but Arya quickly snatched it from Celise's hand.
What, is that why everyone's gathering here today?
Celise, don't just invade her privacy like that.
Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you.
Would Arya really have taken a picture of that contract? If it were disguised as a legal document, taking a picture of it would have been illegal. But if a picture of the contract had been in Arya's runestone, she technically handed it to her. But that didn't necessarily mean she wasn't the patron either.
Is something wrong? You look conflicted.
No, from the very beginning, she'd been trying to get in my head. She thrived on doubt and mistrust, but I'd always known from the very beginning. Celise would never betray Arya like that. Celise McCoy is not the patron described in Arya Steelwind's blood contract. So says the word of Horus. Arya's blood contract. The blood contract seems strange. Ames. Unlike Beatrice's contract, it's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half of the page. There are only a few sentences at the bottom. For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. It's signed with Arya's signature. Celise McCoy saw Arya drop this contract before she entered the prayer room with Tyrion. Due to the Empress of Discord changing her memory, she can't remember what was written on this contract.
Even now you trust her that much. Wait, but that means...
You didn't betray Arya, Celeste. She only manipulated your memories after that fact. She wanted to make you think that you did.
So, it's not my fault.
It isn't. But that had far more unsettling implication. Someone else was the patron, but who was it? One move at a time, Tyrion. The endgame would reveal itself in time. Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and cooperation. Doesn't that make your contract flawed?
Please, I thought you were an attorney. The contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind. No further actions were needed. She was already under my influence by then.
That means none of this is her fault.
Foolishness!
Think again, Heavensborn. Neither Arya Steelwind nor Beatrice Frege were directly responsible for the death of Garrett Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Right, there's still the death of Pierce. It doesn't matter who's responsible for the whole massacre as a whole.
Here, all that matters is the validity of my contract.
You act like you're in control of the situation, but you've been nervous ever since I began disputing your contract. You're hiding something, aren't you?
Who can say for sure?
The second paragraph is vague, but what about the first and third paragraphs? Something is off here. Wait, is it possible that I didn't die?
Are you still in denial? I thought you were ready to die to save your beloved Celeste.
Answer the question, Eris. We can't trust Sleep's memories. That memory where she confirmed my death could all be a fabrication.
Foolishness!
You wish to cling to that hope? Then let me state it plainly for you. Celeste McCoy did in fact observe that Tyrion Cuthbert was dead. I did not alter that memory. So says the word of Asmodeus.
I'm sorry, Tyrion.
How did you revive me, Eris? Did you even have the power? Do you even have the power to resurrect people from the dead? Who do you think you're talking?
Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do. If you doubt me, why don't you declare that Tyrion Cuthbert never died?
Knowing her, she could be being mean to telling a lie. But it was equally likely that she was bluffing.
If you still doubt that I resurrected you, I'll state this. Beings of my power are able to resurrect people from the dead. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not simple or easy feat to accomplish? Gosh, if you're saying that true, it must be true. You're clearly not acting. Interpret.
Objection!
No! Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? For example, would Marnoth be able to resurrect a person from the dead using a contract? Let me save you some trouble. I'll say it for you. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easily. So says the word of Horus.
That's not the same as saying that it was impossible for me to do it.
But it would require a large amount of effort on your part.
Perhaps, but recall my previous declaration. Celeste was there. And by all accounts, she concluded you were dead.
How thoroughly did you check me?
I have experienced first aid. It wasn't good. You weren't breathing, and your heart was stopped.
I tried to resuscitate you for several minutes, but to no avail.
Right, there was no way my body could survive that long naturally without oxygen and blood flow. And Eris just confirmed that Sleep spent several minutes trying to resuscitate me. I know it did. There had to be more to this than I was seeing. What could have created this scenario? There's one thing. Feigned death!
Objection!
You may have been able to resurrect me, but you had a far easier way to create that scenario. And luckily for you, Beatrice was there and under your control.
Beatrice can resurrect people from the dead.
No, the opposite is actually true. Beatrice Frege can cast feigned death on Tyrion Cuthbert. So says the word of Horus.
What?
I'm sorry, Celeste. But I was never dead. She just used a spell to trick you.
No. So everything I did.
It was for nothing.
That means you never resurrected him. He was never dead in the first place.
Foolishness!
The contract only said that he was apparently dead. All I did was revive him. By making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up.
That eliminated the first paragraph as a possible weak point. And that only left the death of Garrett Pierce at Celeste's hand. Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding?
Whatever could you be talking about?
Your contract says that Celeste must bring about the demise of Garrett Pierce by her own hand. Since you wrote that contract, that must have been your intent from the beginning. So why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? If you want to stay quiet, I'll just... All this could be another elaborate trick. I need to be careful. I need to find out exactly what went wrong. The only person who knew what truly happened in that room was Eris, but that could still be used to my advantage. Is it possible that Celeste didn't kill Garrett Pierce?
Are you serious? He's the man who killed her adoptive father, and he was originally slated to be executed next month. She didn't have a rational reason not to trade his life for yours.
So say it then. Say Amosian. Say by Modius.
Yeah, as bad as it sounds, that would have been an easy choice for me.
She may have wanted to, but something else might have happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of your commands and killed him against your wishes.
Foolishness!
How tedious do you plan to make this? Now you're the Empress of this. Out of the Empress of Discord, Arya Steele and Noel Beatrice Franca killed Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Well, what if you forced Sleaze to kill him? She signed that contract already. You had control of her at the time. The contract states that she needed to kill Pierce of her own volition and agency.
Do you honestly think I would make a foolish mistake like that? Sleaze McCoy had complete control of her actions until Pierce died. So says the word of Asmodeus.
What if someone else killed Garrett Pierce on accident? Maybe a member of the Kingsguard who survived and entered the prayer room.
Try again, Tyrion. Garrett Pierce's death was not an accident. It was intentional and committed with malice. And while I'm at it, Sleaze, Tyrion, Beatrice, Arya, and I were the only creatures in the room with Garrett Pierce when he died. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Then there's one other thing!
Do you understand now? I can refute any possible explanation you may have for Pierce's death, but the truth of the matter is, Garrett Pierce's death occurred because of Sleaze McCoy's actions. So says the word of Asmodeus. Have you given up? Have I finally extinguished the light of hope within you?
I can't believe it. I can't believe you fell for that!
What?
You've never thrown consecutive declarations at me like that before. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You can freely manipulate Sleaze's memories of what happened, and I don't have any evidence that implies what actually transpired in the prayer room. The only person that could tell me that was you.
What?
You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories. But all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrett Pierce died. And now I can figure out what actually happened.
Wait,
Who killed Garrett Pierce? It's hard to believe that there's one person.
he did.
Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord.
No, stop this.
I'm not sure what could possibly drive him to do something like that. But when he was in the prayer room, Garrett Pierce chose to take his own life.
What?
You know what that means, don't you? But for the sake of it, I'll state in a way that makes it abundantly clear.
Stop this! Stop this right now!
Objection!
No! Sleaze McCoy did not bring about the demise of Garrett Pierce by her own hand. So says the word of Horus. The conditions of your contract were impossible for Sleaze to fulfill. That renders it logically invalid. You're done. And that's checkmate, Eris.
You filthy little...
You're done. Contract nullified. You're back! Does this mean you... I successfully voided Sleaze's blood contract. Man, King, or God achievement. I looked inside my satchel, opening the folder where I'd been keeping Sleaze's blood contract. There was only ash inside it now.
But you're still alive. How?
You...
Her face was tight in pure contempt and rage, but she wasn't looking at me this time.
Me?
You little bitch! I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you...
What are you talking about? Tyrion's the one that beat you. Wait, I remember what really happened now. Tyrion, please wake up. This can't be. Fears that he's quite dead.
You...
You should be more careful, Sleaze. You might hurt someone if you swing that dangerous thing around.
I was right about you all along. I should never have trusted you.
I like your enthusiasm, but there's still something you can do to save him.
What is this? Do you feel that pit of dread in your chest? It's the same fear that my dad felt after you stabbed him.
And with this life, you'll have your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Sleaze.
I can't.
What are you talking about? Tyrion, he won't want this. He never has to know, Sleaze. I can protect you from his Eye of Horus.
It doesn't matter.
I can't do it. It's just that this man killed your father. Not to mention he's a dead man walking. You've lived a lifetime of killing people. What's one more person?
I won't suffer your self-righteous pity, bastard.
Don't misunderstand me. Right now, I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. But Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. That part of him is wonderful and beautiful. I can never betray those ideals, not even if it's to save him.
You're actually serious, aren't you? You'd seriously sacrifice him for that?
I won't do it. I'm not going to sign that contract.
Contract? Ah, I see now.
What?
So you're his little consort, aren't you? Fica qua.
Wait, get out of the way, you idiot!
Drop your weapon, Pierce. Don't be stupid.
The only stupid one here is you, bastard! You should have known from the beginning. No matter what you choose, they were never going to let me live.
they?
Every choice I make is mine alone.
Wait, stop!
I'll see you all in hell.
Damn it! Manos. He's trying to heal him. Damn it. He aimed straight for his heart.
No. Come on, you waste of human flesh. Wake up. I need you alive.
What the hell did you just do? Pierce is dead, and I signed your stupid contract. Now bring Tyrion back.
You genius!
No. No, no, no.
Pierce was dead anyway, so I thought I could catch her on a technicality, but I never realized what I actually did.
You signed a faulty blood contract, one drafted by me. Where do you get off acting like you're any better than them?
What?
Ideals, righteousness. Don't give me that bullshit. I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn. But you're human, and you're a goddamn killer. All of you are rotten to your disgusting core. You would all tear each other's throats out if I gave you the smallest reason to. Tyrion's the only person here with a trace of the Celestial's self-righteous morality.
If that's what you think of them, you really don't know anything about humanity. Sleaze is far more than what you're saying. She's far more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close. And it has nothing to do with whether I'm a Heavensborn or she's a human. But I think I understand you a little more, Eris.
Is that so?
Let me ask you a question, Eris. Did you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother?
What? So, you figured that out, did you?
When you went on that little tirade about how much you enjoy killing Heavensborn, I had some suspicions.
And how does it feel, Tyrion? The person who killed your mother, the person who ruined your entire life is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say? Nothing to say.
Say something, damn it!
I think all I feel for you right now is pity.
Oh, that's rich. You pity me. Your existence is an infinitesimal moment in my eternal existence.
And yet you put all this effort into making me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it would be? Did it satisfy you at all? I bet you didn't feel anything when you killed my mother. It was just another drop of evil into your empty soul.
I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer. That's why I didn't...
Oh, is that right? Well, what if you did succeed in throwing me into despair? Would you have felt any sort of satisfaction?
Of course I...
Demons can't tell lies, Eris. You would have felt nothing. You can't lie to us, and you can't lie to yourself.
No, that can't...
And that's why I pity you. You were fated to be like this from the moment of your creation, weren't you? That's why you hate humanity so much. You envy us.
What did you just say?
You're envious of humanity. You don't grow. You don't change. You can't become a better version of yourself. You're right. Your existence probably will be eternal. You'll be eternally evil. You'll also be eternally unhappy and eternally pitiful. That's why you envy us. Because you'll never be free from that fate.
That's completely...
You can't say it, can you? You can't refute my claim because it would be a lie.
You know what? Maybe you are right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel any satisfaction from killing you.
But I'm still going to try.
Oh, damn! 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 What? She got burned!
To think you would threaten violence in my presence. Arrogant witch.
Well, she's fucking dead.
This isn't the end for a creature like her.
She'll be back one day.
Yet you look no more perturbed.
We're not done here. There's something I need to tell you all.
Are you serious? The patron is still unknown to us.
But with Sleaze's contract voided, she should have her real memories back. Do you remember what happened in the prayer room? You were the only person who witnessed one of the deaths.
I've really been trying to remember what was on Arya's contract when I caught a glimpse of it. I think that's the memory Eris manipulated the most.
It's possible that she will need some time before we recover from the Empress's demonic influence. But we don't have that kind of time. That demon led us around in circles for the entire morning. Not to mention that we've lost nearly an hour due to Cuthbert disputing that contract. It's just past noon.
Great. We have less than 3 hours before every magical trace at the crime scene disappears. Could you try testifying? Maybe reviewing everything will help jog your memory.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Just try to tell us what you remember, Celeste. Any detail might help, whether it's true or false.
Okay. I think I remember now. We went to meet with Pierce at 1:50 p.m., and we heard that commotion outside at around 2:20 p.m. I saw Arya attacking the guards there, and I fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked Arya and Tyrion and Pierce unconscious. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but Beatrice has cast feigned death on him. Anyways, Eris offered her deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, Aster, the Inquisition, and the Kingsguard show up to arrest Arya.
Only the times of each event have changed. Her testimony remains the same. Even if there's nothing apparently significant, I'd still like to cross-examine her. Go ahead, then. I want to see the end. I'm so curious about the ending. I'm looking at the guide and I'm figuring this out. I'm sorry. The Trapped King.
Objection!
Wait, what?
What is it, Cuthbert? Celeste, are you sure Aster showed up only a few minutes after Pierce died?
Yeah, I remember that part pretty well. Eris seemed really worried about being seen by them.
Have you figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert?
It's just that... May I remind you that we are extremely pressed for time? Out with it! Stop wasting our time! Celeste, Garrett Pierce died at 2:45 p.m. and Aster showed up in the prayer room only a few minutes afterward.
Yeah? Where are you? Wait.
That raises a big question. How did Aster enter the prayer room around 2:45 p.m. when he should have been trapped in the force cage until 3 p.m.?
Wait, you're not serious, are you?
McCoy's memories are completely unreliable. All my men all report that His Majesty led them to the prayer room after he exited the force cage.
Normally, that would be a more concrete when compared to Celeste's testimony, but we can't trust her testimony. Their testimony.
What are you talking about?
While I was disputing Celeste's contract, Eris declared that she made contracts with multiple members of the Kingsguard.
What?
They were working together with her. And if these contracts were structured similar to Celeste, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. This means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during questioning.
How could I have let this happen? That's still ridiculous. Are you saying that everyone who remembered seeing His Majesty in that force cage had their memories manipulated?
No, I think there's a simpler explanation.
And what would that be?
His Majesty must be a powerful mage. Wouldn't he know how to cast Major Illusion? If he placed an illusion inside the force cage, he could have taken advantage of the chaos and contracted the Kingsguard and the contracted Kingsguard to slip away. Even if we assume that he somehow escaped in an inescapable force cage, how did Aster know to head to the prayer room?
I understand your point. Do you understand what you're implying?
I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just stating the facts that we know. We know that a human, whether willingly or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate this massacre. He was deeply trusted by Arya Steelwind. So much so that she didn't even think twice about signing a contract that he gave her. One person. There's only one person who meets those criteria. Aster Day Wyvengard, the reigning king of our kingdom.
Enough! Quiet, all of you! Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of this accusation? You're claiming that the king collaborated with a demon.
I do, but I'm hoping this is all a misunderstanding. After all, Eris's goals seem to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. She made us believe that Celeste and Arya were both murderers. If Aster has information that can save Arya, we have to find it.
Very well, then. I suppose it's only right, then, with everything that has transpired, that the king should be allowed to explain himself. Kingsguard, please escort His Majesty to the stand.
Aster, it's time. Thank you for cooperating, Aster. Of course. I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert. I'm hoping you can shed some light on how Arya came to be under the blood contract in the first place. It's possible Eris tricked you somehow and made you carry out the massacre. There has to be something we're not seeing, despite what the evidence points to. Evidence? Are you referring to Celeste's testimony? I'm sorry to say this, but can we even trust her testimony? She's no longer under the effects of a blood contract. What you claim no longer exists, but only you have the power to manifest them in the first place. What are you getting at? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I suppose what I mean is, after everything that just happened, how can we trust you?
What?
You disappeared for quite some time, to who knows where. And the only person who was there with you was Celeste and a demon who could clearly alter people's memories. And wasn't it a little convenient that she was burnt to cinders almost immediately after your return? She said it multiple times. She didn't actually kill her. And now you're singling me out as the patron, the one ultimately responsible for the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil. If that demon made you into a puppet, wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted?
That's right! How do we know this Heavensborn can be trusted? We all heard the stories. He's practically a dissident. He's an agent of the Theocracy. It's plain as day.
I feel the room turning against us. You son of a bitch. I trusted you. Sorry, I didn't mean to assault you after everything you've done. But I suppose there's one way to confirm your theory. And what's that? Use a divine edict on me, just like you've done several times before. If I truly was in league with that demon, shouldn't I have a contract with her? It will appear, even if I was made to forget about it.
Wait, that's right. We already tried that before and it didn't work.
Which means he definitely doesn't have a contract with her. Why aren't you doing it? I can't. I already tried and nothing happened. I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I know you care deeply for her, but we also Celeste's blood contract and we heard her earlier confession. Not to mention, we have no way of knowing whether Celeste is truly free from Eris's influence. If Lady Steelman is to be saved, we must all accept what needs to be done. I don't like saying this, but I think it's time the trial came to its conclusion. Don't you, Your Grace? Was he really just defending himself, or was this something else? Either way, there was clearly a reason why he hadn't been in that force cage for as long as he claimed to. Eris went to so much trouble to hide that fact in Celeste's memories. Aster had to have been part of the plan, intentionally or unintentionally. What part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? There had been some sort of physical involvement on his part, and that might have left behind evidence that could prove what he did.
Maybe.
Arya was tricked into signing the blood contract. He needed to trick Arya into signing the blood contract somehow.
He's seen how she is around him. That wouldn't have been very hard to do.
No, Arya may be extremely lovesick around him, but she's still an attorney. She would be very careful to read any contract she signed. We deduced earlier that her blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. And I remember something. When you caught a glimpse of it, you immediately started teasing her.
I'm really trying to, but I can't remember what I saw. If I was teasing her about it, it might have been related to her relationship with Aster.
What did Arya think she was signing? A marriage. It was something marriage, right?
I'm sorry, I don't really know what narrows down.
No, it's exactly the clue I needed.
Really?
Arya signed a marriage license. Aster, there's one piece of physical evidence that proves you're involved in this. Really? The patron controlled Arya and committed each of the murders without having to do anything personally. But this was all contingent on tricking her into signing the contract in the first place. I recall that you went to a meeting with the High Speaker right before the massacre started. It was to discuss your marriage to Arya, wasn't it? Yes, that's correct. Aster, the blood contract that Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document, but I realized something while reading it. The language used would have made sense under a different context. In that contract, Arya gave you her mind, body, and soul. It would bind her to you so long as you both live.
Wait, are you saying... No.
In other words, till death do you part.
Objection!
Whoever tricked my daughter would have surely destroyed the evidence by now. That demon went out of her way to destroy her memories of signing it. I doubt they would have left any copies of the marriage license to be found. Indeed, bringing such heavy accusations against the High Speaker or the King will require more than just speculation.
First he dares to call the king to testify, now he's trying to indict the High Speaker. When will this madness end?
I have more than just speculation, Your Grace. I have a copy of it.
But your divine edict only recreates the terms of the blood contract, and not the material that it was written on. The original document would be visible on your copy.
That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Aster.
What?
Don't you wonder how I knew about that blood contract? Every attorney has a magical runestone. It's fitted with artificery. We can use them to take pictures of evidence in crime scenes.
Yes!
Yes, I'm really aware of that. And did you know that Arya took a picture of the marriage license she signed?
What?
She was so happy to finally have your union codified that she took a picture of your marriage license, even though it was technically illegal to do so.
Why would she?
The moment she regained consciousness, she thought she was a danger to others. She had no memories of what she did that day, but she knew something was wrong. That's why she locked herself in a cell with an anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious. If she had simply left any of those anti-magic fields and checked her runestone, She would have found a picture of her marriage license with the exact same words as her blood contract. Show it. So I'll ask you this, Esther. Who gave that marriage license to her? Was it you or the High Speaker?
I was never one for stories. I found them to be overly tempting distractions from the cruel reality of the world. But when I was a child, I loved fairy tales and children's stories. Back then, I was once naive enough to believe that the king was the most powerful person in Wyvengard. I saw the suffering of the people. I saw the commoners who suffered under the nobility day after day. And I saw my father sitting on the throne, watching it all happen. I hated him. I hated his apathy. I hated his indifference to the people suffering. He did nothing as the Four Pillars bled this country dry to feed his own vices. Nevertheless, I was his firstborn son, and I was next in line to the throne. One day I would be able to do what he could not. So I prepared. I studied the arcane arts, which had become the cornerstone of our culture. I mastered the pastimes of the aristocrats, also I could earn their admiration and respect. However, there was a demon inside my head. She whispered unnerving temptations. She told me that villains must fall for the innocent to thrive, but I would not hear it. As young as I was still a member of the royal family, and soon I would be the most powerful person in Wyvengard. I used my position to connect with the commoners who were suffering. I promised them I would save them from the tyranny of the nobles who would one day answer to me. But it was all a lie. I simply didn't realize it at the time. The more I challenged the Four Pillars, the more the people suffered. My efforts were met with retaliation. The aristocrats thought I was spoiled, and they took the rod to the people. House Frege and House von Sanctus were drunk on their power. They would slaughter as many people as it took to persuade me to fall in line. House Stewin, House Sybil, even the skilled lord himself, they all cowered in fear of change and anarchy. They did nothing. My only ally, who I thought unbreakable, had been crippled and driven away by this kingdom's cruelty. I realized why my father sat on the throne with such numbness in his eyes. It's not that he wouldn't do anything. He couldn't do anything. He was forced to watch in horror as the aristocracy held his people ransom. He carried that despair inside of him like it was poison, and it ate away at him worse than any disease. Heavy was the crown, and hell was brought on whoever sat upon the throne. I'd fallen into despair, and I had no one to give me hope. That's when that demon's voice returned. You tried mercy. You tried diplomacy. Where has that brought you? They prey on the innocent because they thought you wouldn't strike back. They butcher them every day, hoping that you'd become numb to it like your father. Tell me, young prince, how many corpses must be stacked before you accept what needs to be done?
Eris, how can I make such a choice?
You wouldn't be choosing violence. You'd simply be choosing who that violence would be directed at. It's not as if they don't deserve it. You could continue to watch the people you love suffer. You could pat yourself on the back for being more virtuous than your enemies while the innocent burn. What will you do?
But I must. In truth, it was quite easy. I always hated how little everyone thought of me. But it turned out to be quite the blessing. I was worried that Lucio would see through that illusion trapped within the force cage. But he never even gave it a passing thought. Hunting von Sanctus and Sybil was no different than shooting wild boars in the forest. They still and moved exactly as I needed her to. It was as if I was moving and flexing my own arm. I doubt anyone generally missed those two. Even if they did, they were outnumbered by the lives I had saved with their deaths. So why raise such outrage over that filth? Why, Mr. Cuthbert? If you don't want to answer, we can drag the truth out of both of you. Don't bother. Ask her no. Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you know what the best kind of lie is? The kind that's hardest to disprove. No. Not quite. It's the kind where you won't even try. The best kind of lie is the one you want to believe in. The truth can be right in front of you, but it will make you look away. I imagine you're very familiar with that feeling.
Your Majesty, what are you?
I'm done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought the High Speaker to the stand, Mr. Cuthbert would just deduce what happened anyway. It was always going to end this way, I suppose.
You! Master, you wretch! Are you saying it was you?
It was, Lucio. What of it?
I was simply cleaning up all of your messes. If it weren't for Eris's little games, I would have done it much more cleanly. She promised me that she'd have a leash on McCoy by the end of this. What a mess she's made.
How could you?
And what right do you have to judge my actions, oh great scaled lord?
Pardon me.
No, I think I'll be pardoning myself. I am the king of Wyvengard, am I not? Is it not my right? You're insane! Do you seriously think everyone in this room will let you get away with this? I do. Who's going to stop me? Scaled Lord! That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours. I didn't ask who could stop me, Tyrion. I asked who it was going to. What? Why aren't you saying anything? Yes, Rathalion, have me arrested. Put my 7-year-old brother on the throne. I'm sure history will tell you exactly how a kingdom fares when a child wears the crown. Or would you take the throne for yourself? I've read the uncensored records of what happened last time. I'm sure the centuries of isolation have done wonders for your ability to lead. Rathalion!
Aster will not kill indiscriminately, Mr. Cuthbert.
He just admitted to murdering 2 people!
He's been prepared to lead from his birth. I will willingly turn my head away from this kingdom. I know nothing of what Wyvengard needs. I may not know the best course before me, but I know with painful certainty that it is not to seize control of this nation.
Not really surprising. From everything I've seen, negligence has been your one consistent trait. And what about you, Lucio? Are you going to try and depose me? The beloved prince, now king of Wyvengard? I have nothing but contempt for William Frege, but I suppose I must be thankful. He did a wonderful job of tearing you down. The people would never accept you. You're a man with the blood of thousands on your hands. Imagine if you deposed the new king of Wyvengard before the previous king's body was even interred. I wonder how bloody of a civil war that could plunge this nation into. I'm sure you can imagine just how tempting a weakened Wyvengard would look to other nations. Aster, you're holding everyone hostage! Tell me, does this terrify you all? To know that I can do whatever I please, with no one who can stop me? Is this not what you've all been doing to the rest of the country? And I think that makes checkmate, Mr. Cuthbert, but it is quite exhilarating to say. I can see why you're so fond of it.
What are you all doing? Lucio, she's your daughter. You have to do something.
My daughter would not sacrifice the stability of Wyvengard for her freedom. You know that to be true.
Damn it. He killed so many people. He enslaved Arya. He almost did the same to me.
Wait, why did he need you to sign away your soul?
What do you mean? Eris is the one who wanted it.
But this was his plan. That outcome had to have benefited them both. If Aster is the patron, that also means that Pierce originally sent that letter to him.
Even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child, and he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances.
If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have a claim to the throne. So why would he go to so much trouble to murder Pierce and gain control of you?
Maybe he just wanted to be sure?
But he wouldn't have had Eris head to the prayer room personally if it wasn't important. She can't lie. If she promised to do a job, the job would have been done. He needed to silence both you and Pierce during the massacre. Which means the two of you were even more important targets than Von Sanctus and Sybil.
Okay, but my potential claim to the throne would be the only reason why he'd be scared of me. If that wasn't a problem, why would he be so scared of Pierce's blackmail?
Would the line of succession be the only reason why he'd be scared of Slate's parentage? Or recall what I knew about Wyvern's law regarding the royal throne. Wasn't there something someone mentioned about that? The Scaled Lord. I recalled a conversation I had with Eris Ilmatter.
Despite everything, the kingdom includes him in our constitution.
Wait, really?
As savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position in our kingdom. The Scaled Lord made Wyvengard what it is today. He was given authority that befits such a legacy.
Have I never heard this before? I memorized all of Wyvengard's laws.
Practically speaking, it's never been invoked. It's merely
Oh, I see what it means now! We know your parent! And oh my god, it explains your strength. I know who your parent is. Wait, the Scale Lord and his kin could override the king's rule? Wait. Who is Slee's father? Virgilai! A flood of memories came back to me.
Sleaze McCoy, by authority of the Wyvengard crown, I'm placing you under arrest.
The knight tried to grab her arm, but it was like something flipped inside her. She slammed her palm into the knight's chest, his plate armor reverberating as he fell to the ground. The other knights rushed forward to try to grab her and pin her to the ground.
She let a guttural scream against him, almost sounding like a feral animal. It looked like it was taking all of her strength to keep her pinned down.
You can't teach yourself magic, McCoy. Miss McCoy. That's not possible. Hey, I got a system, okay? I even learned a few new spells today. How long did it take you to learn these spells? A few hours, I think. She taught herself multiple spell formulas within a few hours?
When a mage casts a spell, they draw and harness the ether from within their own body. Artificery, on the other hand, draws ether from the natural ley lines that run through the ground. I am someone who has practiced arcane magic for my entire life. I've slowly learned how to sense how ether moves around me.
You can do that? I thought I was the only one.
Oh, that talent is quite rarity, even among the royal family. I suppose I shouldn't expect anything less from the Crimson Demon.
Even in my human form, I've always had the strength of an ancient dragon.
What? What is it, Tyrion?
Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic, she inherited all from him!
Are you okay? You got really pale all of a sudden.
Once I revealed this, there was no going back for her. Did I really have the right to do this? No, Arya's freedom rode on this. I'm sorry, Celeste. This could ruin your life.
What are you talking about?
How could I ever begin to explain this?
Do it.
You don't understand.
I owe you and Arya for what I did. Whatever we need to do, it's to save Arya. Just keep your promise, okay?
Like I said, we're in this together, and I'll always be there when you need me. No matter where you go, we're going there together.
Good.
Are you two done flirting with each other? Aster, I know the identity of Celeste's father.
What?
No, you're bluffing. You have to be. You said that no one could contest your rules of Wyvern aside from the Scaled Lord. But there's one more person, isn't there, Aster? What are you talking about? Only a Scaled Lord can override the will of the king. And his kin, Lucio. I suppose that's... Aster Day Wyvern, you needed Eris to capture Celeste during this massacre. It's because her existence would always pose a threat to your rule.
This can't be real.
People of the Wyvern Guard nobility, your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and now we know why. Celeste McCoy is a daughter of the Scaled Lord Rathalion, ancient dragon and creator of all arcane magic. You're done. Judging from your reaction, I'm right, aren't I?
I'm half dragon.
Well, I'm apparently part angel, so you're in good company.
So the demon was speaking the truth.
Azure Day Wyvern, as a Scaled Lord kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, she will take your place as the ruler of Wyvern. Celeste, think about this. Can you even begin to grasp what it takes to lead a nation? Much less one so broken. You're just betraying one hell for another.
Just tell me one thing, Aster. How could you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you.
Loved me. She hated me. And why wouldn't she? Even now, you're so stupid. I was weak back then. I was pathetic.
You idiot! She wanted to change Wyvern to get her with you. You didn't need to do any of this.
Is that what you really think? I suppose you would. You probably also think you two are the first people to try and change this nation while still working within its laws.
There's nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law.
My father was like that too. He was a man of ideals once. I watched for my whole life as he compromised on everything he believed in, one ideal after another. He was to keep the peace. We must maintain the stability between the noble houses to uphold law and order. And do you know who paid the price every time? Not him, not me, not any of the nobles gathered here. No, the people who paid the price were the commoners. The kind of people you two are always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. A gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. We know it's not fair, but we're capable of changing it. You had the power to do just that. I am changing it! You worked so hard to find the truth behind those murders. Here's a little bit of truth that's evident to everyone in this room except you two. Half the people present here today are glad that they're gone. And the other half wants to be the ones to replace them. The blood I shed in a single hour did more good for this kingdom than you two could have done in years. So that's how you plan on fixing this country's problems? By working with demons and killing your way to a brighter future? If I have to, why not? Every day, across this nation, commoners are killed and oppressed at the hands of the very nobles gathered here. They bleed this country dry and feed on its people like carrion. I am merely returning a much-needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in any position to judge me? All of you who came running at the news of my father's death. All so you could be the first to fill my ears with your sycophantic praises. Do you know what the difference between the Empress of Discord and all of you is? The demon was just a bit more honest. Arya wanted to stand with you. Arya's too stupid and too naive to do anything.
She loved you. How could you?
She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and ineffectual prince who would have borne watching his kingdom rot with a damn smile.
She loved your kindness.
This is kindness. The blood I will spill will be the greatest kindness this kingdom has ever known. And once I am done, Wyvern will be better and stronger for it.
Esther.
McCoy, I don't care what you are. The scaled old daughter, the rightful heir, none of that matters to me. I will save my kingdom and its people, and I will carve the rot out of its heart, piece by bloody piece. Nothing will stand in my way. I am Aster Wyvern, King of Wyvern, and consort to the Lord of the Sixth. I am nothing but a dead man. Volnus. Uh-oh! Oh! Lucio.
What? No.
Lucio, what have you done?
The blood contract, Cuthbert.
What?
My daughter's blood contract. Does it still exist? I checked my satchel. Sure enough, Ari's blood contract has been completely disintegrated into ash. Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? One of them no longer lives. Excellent.
Lucio, this is not what we discussed.
My daughter would never be free as long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take his place. Was always how it was going to end. Lucio, I understand, but how could we possibly... Save your breath, Cuthbert. I already know. Kingsguard, what are you standing around for? The Grand General has just committed regicide. Arrest him at once. Damn! Well, we sat at the nearby ruins. Looked like several of the nobles here were doing the same. We didn't know what to say to each other. I could feel my stomach churning.
He's a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us. He took control of Arya like it was nothing to him. I really wish we could have...
Changed his mind? Sometimes people are beyond salvation. He made his choice.
But Arya, how's she... Hello, I'm glad I found you before you left.
Oh, why is all the emotions muted? What's going on? The Eye of Horus could only see an abyss where her heart was.
Oh, Arya. I'm so... McCoy, I've come to inform you that I'll be charging you with perjury. Okay, whatever you... What? No one is above the law, not even the Queen. That was made apparent when...
She didn't trail off. Her voice didn't break. Her voice simply stopped like a machine that had ceased function.
Arya? Anyways, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You do have a talented defense counsel, after all.
Right. What do I say to her?
Anyways, I want to thank you for the work you've done, Mr. Cuthbert. I truly mean when I say you have my gratitude.
Yeah, of course.
Anyways, I have much work to get done now that the Grand General is in custody.
Yeah.
What's that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her?
I didn't see anything through the eye.
I guess I don't really blame her for guarding her emotions.
No, Sleaze, I didn't see anything.
What?
I looked at her with the eye. She wasn't holding anything back. There was no anger, no sadness, no fear, no joy. I'd never seen that before. But you're right, I should have said something. I'm gonna... Sleaze grabbed my hand before I could leave.
I'll talk to her.
Are you sure?
She's my friend, and I owe her.
It looks like I'd gotten the acquittal of yet another client, but it didn't tie up quite so neatly as I'd hoped.
What do you mean she's gone? She was just here.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty? I didn't know what the future had in store for all of us, but it's not as if that were any different than usual. We had the power now. The power to give the hope to every commoner in Wyverngard. Together, we would give them the kingdom they deserved.
Damn it, Arya, where are you?
Hey!
Oh, hello.
Sleece froze. This man was the person she'd been looking for. What was she supposed to say to him? She never thought she'd get this far. Hi.
You're looking for Miss Steelwind, aren't you?
Yeah, how'd you know?
She's been sitting outside my lair for a while. I tried speaking to her, but...
Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna try anyway.
of course.
Rathalion,
Yes?
I'm not mad about, you know? Jolene and Flynn are part of my life because of what you did. Plus, now I know I'm half dragon. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Miss McCoy.
Come on, don't call me that.
Right, of course, Celeste. So, I've been meaning to ask about you and Mr. Cuthbert. Are you two...
Oh wow, look at how late it is. I better go talk to Arya right now. I'll see you later, Scaled Dad. Scaled... just bye.
I have a weird daughter. No wonder Lucio went so far.
Hey, Arya? Oh, Sleece. What are you doing here? Just making sure you're okay. You are doing okay, right? I am. There's no need to worry about me. Are you looking at the stars? I was looking at the moon. It's full tonight. Do you mind if I watch it with you? Daisy Rush, you're my superior. You know, it was also a full moon outside the night my parents found me in their inn. That's why they named me Celeste. It's an ancient word for the moon. Is that so? Yeah, they thought I was a gift from a scaled lord. It's a little funny when you think about it. By the way, I never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember? You jumped down onto Stan. I don't think even Tyrion believed in me at that point. If you'd never done that, who knows how this could have ended up. Thank you for that, Arya. I was merely taking the most obvious course of action. Yeah, I guess I don't know why I expected anything else. You're not really going to charge me with perjury, are you? Of course I am. Damn. But we do require your help to hold the structure of the Arcanum together. We won't send you to dungeons, but we'll have to consider some community service. Fine. My father told me I was being too lenient. Lucio needs to keep his mouth shut. I understand some way. We all do stupid things for the people we love, after all. Stupid. Arya? How would I be so stupid? Hey, you're not... I am. I'm a complete and utter fool. I'm an attorney for Lord's sake. I've read countless legal documents. And when I signed that contract, I felt something was wrong. I was just so stupidly happy. That's not fair. No one expected him to do something like that. Now my father, he's going to pay for my mistakes. I'm sorry. Sleece, he used me like a puppet. With my hands and my magic, he made me. I'm sorry, Arya. What he did to you was horrible.
Yeah, it's sincerely fucked up.
I don't know how to make it better, but you're not alone, okay? I'll be here as long as you need me to. Thank you.
No.
I think I'll drop the charges of perjury against you. Wait, are we still on that?
The knave.
Mr. Cuthbert, we received word from House Freya. The story we create should be printed in the papers as we speak.
I don't like this. We're lying to the people of Wyvern about what really happened. Not to mention, this story paints me like I'm some kind of god.
I understand your reservation, but Aster was right about how the common folk felt about him. If we told the people what actually happened...
They would never believe it. They think that his death was part of some sort of political conspiracy. Even with this cover story, we can't be certain that they still won't suspect that.
Arya?
Shouldn't you be resting? Nonsense. I'm not going to sit around feeling sorry for myself while everyone else fixes my mistakes. I will move forward.
She may have been hiding her pain behind a smile, but she wasn't shutting down her emotions like before.
As much as it pains me, we should strive to carry forth the virtues that Aster represented to the common folk. Iverngard will gain more from those false virtues than from the person that he truly was. The stability of our nation must be maintained if we're to move forward, and if we must use the people's piety to do that, then so be it. Arya, and as the Grand General of Iverngard, I will also do my part to support your role.
Oh, really?
as will a scaled lord.
Celie smiled in gratitude to their words, but she meekly glanced at me expectantly. Do you even have to ask? It's not just us. I'll do my best to make sure the rest of Wyverngard supports you too.
Oh yeah, since you two patched things up, we could also ask for Ruby's help. Right, I forgot that I was supposed to meet with her this morning.
I forgot I was supposed to meet with her in the morning. I'll need to apologize to her about that.
Wait, have you still not told her about what happened yet?
We had more important things to worry about. I'm sure that she'll understand.
Tyrion, the last time you saw her, you manifested a blood contract without explaining anything. Then you vaguely said something about helping Arya.
Don't worry, I'll explain everything to her once things calm down.
Tyrion, that story we fabricated is being printed right now. Everyone in Wyverngard is going to read about it in the paper, including her.
Oh. I gotta run, I gotta go. What's all this noise about?
What? Have you been living under a rock, lady? Read the morning paper. It's Scaled Lord has returned.
What?
Demonic attack claims the life of prominent figures? Chaos broke out yesterday during the private wedding between Arya Steele and the Crown Prince Esther Wyverngard. In a surprise attack orchestrated by a malevolent demon, a devastating loss was inflicted upon our kingdom, shattering the very foundations of our power and stability.
The carnage left in the wake of this abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic.
Among the fallen were Lady Coraline Sybil, Lord Lloyd von Sanctus, and Lord Lucio Steelwind.
Both King Olivia and Crown Prince Aster made a heroic attempt to propel the foul monster.
While the profane demon was failed and defeated, the king and the crown prince tragically lost their lives in the ensuing battle.
However, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope emerged to prevent the kingdom from descending into further disarray. The Scaled Lord himself descended from the heavens, restoring order and making a profound proclamation.
In a selfless act to maintain the integrity and unity of Wyverngard, the Scaled Lord anointed his holy daughter as the new queen of Wyverngard.
Again with the Scaled Lord nonsense. This reeks a violent political coup by his holy daughter. Says there's a picture of her on the next page.
What?
Is that?
How interesting.
Sleaze.
I'm telling you! Oh no, she took over the entire kingdom! She's not gonna come for us, is she?
Alright, what the...
Bruh! Oh, come on!
After hearing about what happened to my former lord, I've thought a lot about my actions. I won't ask you to forgive me, Your Majesty, but I want to continue to atone for all the harm I've caused.
I'm gonna lose my shit. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh, I'll say my thoughts at the end.
I will continue my studies in the field of conjuration. With the kingdom in such disarray, it falls on to people like me to maintain order. Why are you looking at me like that?
Because of course we are. You deserve to be stared at like that. You son of a bitch.
You'd never be able to do this if it weren't for the Dracogen Train Company. I feel partially responsible for what happened at the Imperial Academy. I like to make amends however I can. Don't worry about that. Business has been booming ever since we set up shop in Rathholm.
More customers means more work for me.
This game has been absolutely phenomenal. Oh god.
I've been developing necromancy ever since I began working under Lord Asclepius. I think I've grown quite good at it.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You've grown competent at it. That was a joke. You're probably the best necromancer I know. Aside from me, of course. I don't know how to interact with people. I'm not good at it.
I'm sorry, but I still can't remember anything. But from what I've read in my record, perhaps that's for the best.
Even if your memories are gone, your crimes can't be changed. You still have to serve your sentence, but I do hope you can live out the rest of your life in peace.
No. I've adored this game every little bit.
What are you looking at? Wait.
Oh no, it's you!
That crazy chick isn't with you, is she?
Why are you looking behind me, man?
Did you just call me?
Oh, Lord Rufford, Kevin! Run!
Fear.
Good to see you, Mr. Cuthbert. From what I hear, you've certainly moved up in the world.
Yeah, a lot's happened. I don't even know where to begin. Glad to see the refinery's doing well.
I suppose I have you to thank for that. Quite the, what does Majesty call you?
An angel investor.
Yeah, that's it.
Actually, I'm here on behalf of Her Majesty. We both had an idea for a business venture. And we think it would set a good precedent if we employed a company with your business practices.
Oh, I think I like the sound of that.
Ooh, money.
I still have much to learn about leading a noble house. I hope I can bring House Frigga and Weivengard to a brighter future. I think it's about time we end the constant feuding between the Steel Ones and the Freygas. And I'd like for us to work together. I may not know much, but that certainly sounds like a step in the right direction.
Tracker will do best to help, Queen.
I appreciate the gesture, Tracker, but I don't think...
Bank needs gold, right? Tracker can dig for gold.
Get him, doggy. Get that gold. I want more of this game. I wish there's more. Oh, hey, Eugene!
And that makes checkmate, Cuthbert.
What? Did you just lose? No, I demand a rematch.
Learn to lose with dignity, for Lord's sake. I'm glad I let him keep those armbands.
You son of a bitch! You ruined my streak!
To think the Scale Lord's daughter would descend to lead our kingdom to prosperity.
Theon, you were there for most of that trial. You know what actually happened.
The Scale Lord works in mysterious ways. Fate has brought you to where you are.
I guess you're kind of right.
May have everyone else fooled, but I know how the story goes. Mage still mage and noble still noble.
Come on, don't be like that.
Hey, if you want to prove me wrong, by all means. I ain't holding my breath.
Suppose you have every reason not to trust anyone. We are gonna fix this kingdom. No. Judges.
I really wish he would talk to us. He needs time to process everything that happened.
Yeah, his brother died because he was a murderer.
I don't think he'll be very receptive to us. At least not right now. We should probably hire a professional he can talk to.
Yeah, that'd probably be for the best. I didn't expect the king to be killed.
Are you okay? Yeah, I really appreciate you coming here with me. His actions were absolutely deplorable. I was hoping coming here would give me closure, but with Von Sanctus and Sybil gone, we have had a much easier time repairing our kingdom. I feel uneasy about all this. No, I also see what you mean. He may have had good intentions, but he refused to let anyone work with him. Even with Eris, they were just using each other. I don't think he really wanted to change Weivengard, but he would only do it... I do really think he wanted to change Weivengard, but he would only do it on his own terms. Even if he did end up achieving his goals, the legacy he'd leave behind would be one of blood. No lasting peace or justice could have that as its foundation. That's surprisingly mature for you.
Hey, I'm always mature.
Goodbye, Esther.
No. Are you kidding me, Ruby? What kind of ridiculous case was that?
Weren't you the one who called a monkey to the stand during Beatrice's trial?
Yeah, I suppose you have a point.
Truth is often stranger than fiction. You should know that better than anyone.
Oh my god, I just realized. Is this what I've been doing to Arya?
Hey, you're the one that wanted to be the lead prosecutor.
I'm only filling in for her until we can find a qualified replacement.
Well, if you ever got bored of life as a royal, there's always a spot open at my office.
So, so he did become a royal.
I see they allowed you to keep your axe.
It doesn't feel right without it. It's my comfort axe. I thought I owed you to stop visiting me.
I outrank you now, Father.
McCoy's impertinence is rubbing off on you.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I am glad to see you in such good spirits. I suppose I underestimated you.
Oh, this game was absolutely fantastic. Oh,
I'm surprised you're not sensing me to death. I suppose I should be grateful.
Yeah, we kind of need you alive so we know when Eris is back.
oh, so she's not gonna die anymore because of the curse.
You're using me like a canary in a coal mine.
Yeah.
I'm almost proud of you two. Although I am curious as to why she hasn't returned yet.
Oh, I want this. I want more games like this, please.
What the hell is this? Why are you preventing me from leaving?
Well, I can't very well let you make a fool of yourself a second time. You are not to leave the Sixth Circle until I tell you otherwise. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Are you grounding me?
If you want to behave like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one.
I swear when I get out of here.
What have I told you about speaking in future tense?
Oh, grounded villain in hell.
Are you sure you don't want to move into the castle with us, Mom? No, I'm gonna attach this place. It was your father's and it doesn't seem right to abandon it. Yeah, I get what you mean. Anyways, I want to give you two some privacy. Mom, stop dragging your feet, Tyrion. I want to live to see my grandkids. Mom!
Eh, you're not hiring anyone. They could also make sequels with this game. I want them to make sequels, please.
Oh, hoy, Cuthbert. I have everything ready for tonight.
What?
It's nothing.
Pretend like you don't know anything.
Hey. Oh, I see. It's yours for her.
What are you doing?
It's a surprise.
Alright, whatever you say.
Oh, I want more sequels. Please.
So, I was wondering, you lived for a really long time, right?
I have.
Yeah, do I have any siblings?
No, I'm sorry. There was one many centuries ago, but I lost her. It was rare, even across the centuries, that when I've sought companionship. Dragons are magical beings, and the creation of offspring is rare. So much so that it's a miracle that you were born. I'm sorry, but you are alone.
I don't really feel that way. I think I spend so much time with Arya that she's basically my sister. And Tyrion, well,
Perhaps I should have some words with Mr. Cuthbert.
don't you dare.
Oh no. Run, Tyrion, run.
So we meet again, Crimson Demon. Who keeps telling people about that nickname?
Who knows? Could have been anyone.
Tyrion? You don't like it? I could help you come up with a new one. I'm good, thanks. How about Scaled Empress? Okay, I actually really like that.
All right, let's go with it. Scaled Empress. I hope that actually ends up.
So yeah, that's how it all happened. He really did it. He voided a blood contract drafted by the Empress of Discord. I thought you'd be more happy after what Eris did to you. He has no idea what he's done. Come on, it can't be that bad. Demons naturally despise the Celestials and their magic, and they pride themselves on their ability to deceive others. A voided blood contract, especially by Heavensborn, is the highest disgrace for a demon. It rarely happens. Even the weakest demons knows not to leave any openings like that. It honestly irritates me how much less meticulous she was when she made your contract. What was she thinking? Is she really that big of a deal? Asmodeus is the king of demons, a god among gods. Eris is his daughter. So what? Is she going to tell us on it to him? This is serious. No one has ever voided a contract drafted by a lord of hell. It's unheard of. Your sweetheart is going to attract a lot of unwanted attention from hell and heaven. I need you to tell me everything you can. I need to know what's coming. I want concessions. I don't plan on spending the rest of my life in this cell. Beatrice, you committed first-degree murder. He was a terrible person. He was your dad. He would have been executed for his crimes anyway, assuming he didn't just run. Can you imagine how difficult it would have been to track down someone with that much gold? The way I saved you people a lot of trouble. I'm not gonna pardon you, Beatrice. I don't want to be pardoned. I just don't want to listen to Lucio working out in his cell all day.
Wait, is that all Lucio does? Is that all Lucio does? He just works out? I mean, I've got all this free time, and I like fighting. The closest I can get to fighting is working out. I want to imagine his room is just like a freaking gym. He's got a punching bag. He's got a place where he can still like practice his axe swinging.
Honestly, get that man a book or something. He needs a hobby. Fine, I'll see what I can do about getting you some heavily supervised outings. I'm blind. What am I going to do?
Use Marinoth.
Turn yourself invisible and run away? I'm insulted that you think I'm that uncreative. Are you all really going to be okay? What do you mean? You are now the ruling queen of Isengard, the most powerful kingdom in the world. Every order you make, every word you say, can have unimaginable worldwide consequences. Can you please not remind me of that? So you do recognize that, then? Why are you telling me this? Because you're going to live the rest of your life in a world of glass. Anything and everything you do could shatter the lives of millions. I'm rooting for you all, I really am, but the weight of that responsibility is what drove Aster insane. Even Rathalion couldn't handle it. Wait, he took the crown? Many centuries ago. All it took was one lapse in judgment for him to cause one of the largest families in Wyverngod's history. Famines in Wyverngod's history. Millions died. Oh my god. Just something to think about. Thanks, Beatrice. Anyways, if you want to know more about the Hell's hierarchy, we'll need to start with the Lord of Hells. You're actually familiar with one of them, the Lord of the First, Bahamut. The Scale Lord's a demon?
Really?
Did the horns, scales, and fiery breath not imply that?
I don't know. I thought Heaven's Thing can have that too.
I guess that makes me demon adjacent. Is that making you rethink your feelings for the Heavensborn? Honestly, I think that makes me like him more.
What?
I think I might actually hate you two.
Ah!
Yeah, well, you're stuck with us.
For now.
Whatever, tell me more about the Lords 2 through 9.
The Elves Frigga had some idea of what was coming, but perhaps it would be best to hold on to it for now. It wasn't as if she fully understood the politics of the gods either. But from what little she knew, demons wouldn't be the only ones coming after them.
Hey, I'm clocking out for today.
Thanks for your work, Orem. I'll see you tomorrow.
Are you getting back into the swing of things?
I like to think so. I need to make sure everything is in order for when Tyrion takes over. He's capable, but he's never managed an organization of this size.
I can't believe I'm gonna have to take orders from that kid.
Was there something else, Orem?
Yeah.
Spit it out. I'm very busy.
Men are idiots, are ya?
What?
Yeah, we're all just dumb idiots. We're just bumming around, bumming into shit without caring the world. Sometimes we're just blind to what's right in front of us, you know? So don't let one idiot get you down. You're a good kid, are ya? You deserve the best.
I don't think you should be calling your superior a kid.
Commander stammered for a while before his face just squeezed into a scowl.
Then write me up. I don't care anymore.
He slammed the door before stomping his way into the city streets. He grumbled under his breath the entire time. Arya let out a chuckle. Barbara was really going to miss working with him. Oh, what do you mean?
Okay, so they're just going to turn the lights on?
During certain times of the year, the ley lines around Arnox become extremely potent. A lot of the businesses here take advantage of that to charge the arcane power cells within their homes. Those effects are amplified when they do it simultaneously.
You're such a nerd.
Your occupation has turned to queen.
Wait, if this is all happening in the city, why are we out in the ocean?
Come on, you'll love this. The ocean was quiet, save for the humming of the small boat's engine against the water.
Tyrion, it's really dark. Are you sure it's safe to sail a boat out here?
Don't worry, there will be plenty of light soon.
Soon.
In about 3, 2, 1. One by one, each of the buildings in Arnex lit up like a flame spreading across the city. Every line, every house lit up, their collective warm glow washing over the city and shimmering off the ocean. Celeste just stared at the sight wide-eyed. Her eyes were gleaming. Their topaz colors reflected the warm glow of the city.
Okay, I take it all back. I love this.
Though I used to bring my mother and me out here every year for this. It's actually a lot brighter than it ever was back then.
I'm glad
I got a chance to show it to you, Celeste.
Thank you.
She began fidgeting with her fingers, looking away from me. We just sailed in silence again, drinking in the sight of the lit city. The wind shifted, carried the scent of salt and seaweed with it.
I really miss being able to spend time with you like this.
Yeah, me too.
It was so much simpler when you were just an attorney and I was your bodyguard. Now I'm the skilled lord's daughter and you're the lead prosecutor. We barely get to see each other.
But at least we're together now. And you have something to remember whenever we're apart.
Yeah. So sweet.
What? Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste.
What are you...
Girl! Her eyes widened, realizing what I just saw.
It's been so long, I forgot to... It's not fair. You were supposed to say it first.
Something wrong?
I didn't really mean... Wait, no, I did mean it, but... I kind of hate the Eye of Horus sometimes.
I just silently moved to sit next to her. She didn't seem to object, but she couldn't meet my eyes. Goober. She glanced at me for a moment, her eyes widened, and she quickly turned away. But she slowly slid closer to me, my shoulder pressed against hers. Her hand slid into mine. I squeezed it as if it were the most precious thing in the world to me. She slowly turned to me, and I turned to face her. We just stared at each other, sharing 1,000 confessions in one look. Aww. We were both going to see a lot of changes in our lives, but this moment was one of them. And I wouldn't take any other path that didn't lead here.
You'll always keep your promise, right?
No matter where each of us goes, we'll always be together.
Good.
I love you, Celeste.
Love you too.
Ah!
Sorry, this is a little much.
It's okay. Right now, we have all the time in the world. Oh, whoa, what the? Ilias Stormwake?
Have you heard about what happened in Wyverngard?
Is that why you've called me here? This could have been in an email, High Inquisitor.
This is serious. I must accept responsibility. Keeping records of the Heavens Board was my duty. I have no idea how this Tyrion Cuthbert slipped past me.
Frey was always a slippery one. Even I lost track of her. And I'm happy she got the chance to settle down after everything that has happened.
Miles!
Ilya, he's just one Heavensborn. He's harmless.
He brought the Lord of the Six to the court of bloody Azathoth. Do you have any idea the amount of damage he could have done to all of creation from there?
You're worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we? The multiverse is intact and everything is fine.
Miles, he has the Eye of Odin.
That's impossible.
I borrowed some of your journals from the armory. I sent them to the court of Azathoth myself.
Idiot.
These readings, they are exactly the same as the ones we gathered during our experiment with Frey. He awakened his power, albeit briefly. And he did it in front of the Lord of the Six. We must also assume that the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well.
Does His Majesty know? Does he approve of your little reconnaissance mission?
Of course not, but I believe the path forward is clear. We must inform Heaven. They want to know about this.
I've been hearing some rumors about through the grapevine lately. The Lord of the Ninth has begun moving his forces.
He must know Occidental. You know better than anyone else. Nothing is impossible when the House of Horus is involved.
All right, you win. Look into this. Try to sell it to what Ivan got as a diplomatic mission. But exercise discretion. If they ever find out about what they did with Frey...
I understand. It would mean war with Wyvangard. Thank you, Occidental. I'll speak to His Majesty about this at once. I'm sorry for disturbing your evening.
You don't understand, Ilya. If what you're saying is true, it could spell war with the Outer Planes.
Attorney of the Arcane, complete! I want more of the game! No! It's over! Oh, man. I want so much more, because I had so much fun. This game was phenomenal, and it feels like it's setting up for a sequel, which I will absolutely be playing whenever I find out it exists. Well, I guess that's it for this game. As much as I wish there was more. It seems that the poll has gone on for long enough for the next Twitch game, and it seems like it might be Pragmata. But we'll see. It might change. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you all later. Peace.